Why, hello, everybody, and welcome to Two Buddies and a Lot of Conspiracies. And if you can't tell, we're talking about Freemasons today. Eddie, I like your all-seeing eye. What do you think about my hidden hand?
I don't know. It seems like what do you have a gun in there or something?
About to. If you keep not knowing your rights, bro. Aren't you a Freemason of the highest power?
Yeah,
Uh
everybody would assume so because of me covering my
Well,
left eye.
the funniest thing is that I wanted to make sure, and the actually the funniest thing is because I asked Microsoft, Google, the designer, the stupid picture designer, to make it. I said, hey, hand over yours. I said, wearing the Masonic aprons. It instantly knew that, no problem. It put the hand over your eye, no problem. You looked sadder in other pictures, so I didn't use those. You look like you're just like a part of a group. And then the hidden hand was like the hardest thing to do. I literally had to like spell it out for the AI because they still want us to think that the AI is dumb, even though we know coming soon to a theater near you, it's going to replace all of our jobs. Um, but like I kept saying like hand in the jacket and it's like okay it's on top. It's like okay, hidden hand. And then once I said hidden hand, it's like, ooh, I kind of know that word and it started getting a little bit better and then it got underneath. So it took a little while, but we got our images here. Um I mean, I could probably go for a better sombrero for you, but that's all right. I didn't want to fuck with it.
It's all right. It's all right. As long as I have one on, I can't be picky, you know.
That's it. At least you got one. At least you got
Yeah,
one. And you know what is funny though too is it automatically put me in a suit. It put you in just like a regular T-shirt, and so I had
of
to add,
course,
to add
because
that because you're Latino.
because
That's why it's
yeah, of
like
course.
Latinos don't have suits.
No, what? AI knows better.
One would assume, but I actually had to switch it because when I did from the last video, I put up some of the ones when I said you were Mexican from Mexico, and every time it puts you as like a worker in like the field kind of
Of
outfit.
course.
It's
Why
like,
wouldn't it?
so this time going Latino
you,
worked out
you
better.
you tell it. Oh, a Mexican with sombrero. Oh, he's
Oh,
working, right? He works on the
obviously he's
land.
in the field. That's why he's got a sombrero on. It's like unbelievable how racist the fucking AI is. It's like
Yeah.
a joke, dude. It's a total fucking joke.
Well, the thing is that technically AI is fed
It's
by
fed
all the
by the
things.
white liberals. That's true.
No,
So,
not. I don't want to say it like that, but I want to say like it's fed by the people. You know, whoever uses it. So
so
it
they're
just
just
sees
typing in
that.
stereotypes all day.
Probably.
Actually, you know what? If you want to look at data points, they have a lot of stereotypical data points. So if it's just being fed with data points, there you go. There's your answer. It's all stereotypical bullshit. Oh,
Hmm.
but we do have our two pillars behind us, the big G there. We got our white and black checkerboard floor, which is the good and evil kind of thing that they've got going on. Um, so, yeah, any questions before we go into the topics here? Because I think you already kind of know I kind of gave it away for the first one.
Yeah. No. No.
Okay.
Oh, quick side note.
Yeah.
This always like I knew it was like kind of like a cult thing and this yada yada yada. You know what actually like I started knowing more about it?
Mm.
It's when I went to college in Mexico.
You learned
My
about them
university,
Freemasons? Were they
yes.
recruiting?
There was the principal. Um he like used to have like the Freemason like a chain. And I remember
Really?
seeing that and a ring, and I'm like, "What the
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
is that?"
Did
Like,
the ring
I
have a
just
big G on it?
yeah, no, yeah, like, it was
Yeah.
the full-blown symbol, and then you'll walk in his office, and, like, he had, like, the symbol, and then, like,
Hmm.
it was weird because, like, the teachers that were close to him, they all had, like, the same thing.
Of
So that's when
course.
I started researching a little bit, but obviously, like, it's, like, bullshit. Like he was not like something big, but you know
Well,
what I mean.
so here's the thing. Did he get the presidencyship of that school because he was a brother?
Who knows? Who
Right?
knows? I don't know that, but
Uh,
funny enough, myself and another like I want to say 10 kids,
uh,
we like put the whole school on strike and everything because he was
against
like
the Freemasons?
no against him because he was doing a lot of he's doing a lot of sketchy stuff with the funds and
Oh,
yep, he
that's interesting.
he got laid
So you
off of his
started an
job.
uprising in Mexico, but you don't want to start one here in America.
Well, it's like that. I was in college, you know. It's whole different times, whole different times.
Yeah, actually, that is true. When you're living at home with your parents, so everything's paid for, you can go and be a dick, go ruin shit.
It was not even being a dick. We were just fighting for rights and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah,
So
okay. Well, that's good. Actually, we need more of that today. We really do. We really do.
and that's
Um,
the thing. Like
uh,
I remember a lot of teachers telling us, like, um, and it plays out in life too. Like this goes to like, yes, it's a school, but I mean, like, it plays out in life too. Like people don't know how much power they have.
oh my goodness. Well, we're gonna find out here a little bit anyway.
No, I mean just like normal citizens, like the normal average Joe, if you want to say it like that. Like they
The
don't know how much power they have.
Oh, yeah, no, actually, Eddie brings up a good point because literally, if we all got together, they couldn't stop
Yeah,
us. Like, I mean, I get it, nukes and energy weapons and all this other kind of stuff that they possibly have. But to tell you the truth, if we all amassed together and went against
yeah,
like these people, we'd be able to stop them. We would. Like, that's literally would be a possibility, an outcome that we should because it's in our constitution too. But before YouTube and Rumble bans us both, any anything else you want to add before we go into the topics?
no, sorry.
Okay. All right. So today we are talking about chapters 27 and 28. So the next two will bring us all the way to 30, which is pretty cool. But chapter 27 is on Freemasons, and 28 is on the Gemstone Files. So you've told us a little bit about Freemasons that you kind of had a little bit of involvement there. What about the Gemstone Files? Have you ever heard of that before?
No, that is very no. Like I've never
Okay.
heard about it.
Dude, I honestly, and like some of the other ones that we've gone over, I'm sure it's been in some documentary I watched at some point in time. But to tell you the truth, like the Gemstone Files, I really didn't know too much about either. Um, so as far as what we're going to go into on the topics is we're going to go on, what are the Freemasons and when were they started? We're going to go over some signs and symbols. Then I got a little bit of a documentary to watch, and then I got like what celebrities that and I'm not talking about like just current ones, but like in general, what celebrities? I asked Google for that one. Um, and then as far as I got a video to watch, which is from a call for an uprising which is in media. He's got another one that was I debated. I tossed up. I'm like, do I want this one or the other one? The other video that he talks about is the UK police department came out and said that they're all like Freemasons. So it's like, that's an
Huh.
interesting one. So, or at least a lot of them are Freemasons. You'll when you go look, it's in the description. So I got that video in there, so you can go watch that too. Then I got collages of people you may know doing interesting things. And then I have a weird, strange connection. And this guy's like, he's I think born again Christian, right? So, but he talks about, and I have just his beginning of the video. The whole video is like 2 hours long. So I have the first like 20 something minutes where he talks about how he started off being in, like he wanted to be like a priest and started there and then went to college and learned about it and then had this whole thing change completely. So it might kind of blow your fucking mind when you when you watch this video. So I got that in there. Then we're gonna transition to the Gemstone Files, which what are the Gemstone Files and who wrote it? And then there's a quick overview, which is great. It's a 19-minute video. He does have an like a 2 hour video also to watch that goes over more in depth with the Gemstone Files, and then he also has like offshoots on those to where he'll go like even further in depth on it, because the Gemstone Files is like the biggest documentary or the biggest conspiracy like book ever kind of thing, where it talks about JFK's assassination, RFK's assassination. It talks about this Artemis Onassis, who was a wealthy billionaire that they also think is maybe a part of like the 13 families kind of a thing. And then Howard Hughes. Do you remember the name Howard Hughes?
No.
Okay, so there's a movie Aviator with Leo DiCaprio that you should watch. It's about Howard Hughes. It's actually pretty good. But Howard Hughes like went into seclusion. He just avoided everybody for like 20 years and became a germaphobe and didn't trim his nails. But the Gemstone Files will give you a whole nother way to view that. So that's what we're gonna talk about. And then yeah, quick overview video, then confirmed. So like, did the files that came out in Gemstone be confirmed by anything? Which is funny when you ask Google AI. So we'll get to that. And then JFK and RFK Doc Status, because I just, it's been many years now. I wanted to see what the document status looks like as far as what's been released. So I just asked Google AI on that. And then there's a quick JFK witness video. It's like 46 seconds. It's at an end of a documentary. I forget which documentary, but once you watch it, you'll be like, oh, fuck. And then we close. So any questions? Oh, before we get started, you were an 8.0, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Was it an 8 or 8.1?
No, I think you went 8.0 because you were like a
Okay.
7.7. So you went from 7.7 into an 8.0, I think, is for as far as what I remember. I can go rewatch, but I'm almost positive you went for 8.0. So yeah, any questions then you got before we get started? I think I'll probably start with reading.
No. Let's go for it.
All right, all right. So let me just read first before I go to the next page, because we're gonna have to read on that page too. So, all right. So the Freemasons, the whipping boys of this is from Johnny Lewis. Freemasons, the whipping boys of conspiracy. The Freemasons have been blamed for every evil, from the French Revolution to the Jack the Ripper murders, from Bolshevism to the death of Princess Diana, which we just talked about her. Their least but most extensive alleged crime is furtherance of their own interest against those of the Cowans, non-Masons. Persecuted by Hitler and condemned by the papacy in no fewer than 7 bulls and encyclicals, the world's 5 million Freemasons not only deny any malevolent wrongdoing, but claim to be charitable workers whose only desire is, as the Scottish Rite puts it, the guarantee of equal rights to all people everywhere. Far from being a secret society, the Freemasons are, they say, merely a society with secrets. Okay? Like, that's so dumb, right? Like, the whole thing
Oh,
is
fuck.
dumb.
All right.
And then I'll read the last 2 paragraphs and then his alert level. For all the efforts of Knight and Short, they failed to land knockout blow on the body Freemasonic, that some small town burghers, that some coppers, that some bewigged judges give special deals to those who proffer the secret handshake was distinctly underwhelming. Much the same charge, if to a lesser degree, but be leveled against golf club members everywhere. So yeah, right. Like it's the same fucking thing. Both authors failed conspicuously. Yeah, because he was reading a bunch of different books. Both authors failed conspicuously to punch Freemasonry's weak spot It's racism and sexism. Although lodges do not explicitly bar black and Asian members, Masons from ethnic minorities in Britain are rare. While in the US, the Freemasons of the South are still tied into the KKK. Great group. No women are allowed to become Freemasons, and according
Of
to
course.
historians Jasper Ridley, Freemasons also refuse to have any dealings with any other society that accepts women. So they're the no women's club from fucking Al Bundy. Anti-Masons might have less to fear from the Masons than they realize. Demographics are not on the Mason side. White male and getting older, the Masons may simply die out. International Society of Middle-Aged Men in sinister plot to take over society. Alert level 3. So I feel like even in 2007, you could probably see more connections than this guy's seeing, but he does not believe it. He kind of thinks it because he didn't give it a 1. So he sees a little bit of it. There is a couple things that we'll actually have to, which we'll have things on to do, which is the P2, which I don't know if you remember the P2 group, Propaganda Due, in our BCCI for the bank thing. You remember they killed
Mhm.
that guy and
Yeah,
hung
yeah,
him
yeah.
under the
Yeah,
bridge?
yeah. Yeah.
So,
No. Remember? He killed himself, okay?
oh, that's right. That's
He
right. I'm
went down
sorry.
there and he hung himself from that bridge.
With rocks and bricks in his fucking
Yeah, yeah,
pockets.
of course, yeah.
He had to be weighted down for his climb. That's what it is. Oh man,
Mhm.
what a fucking, they think we're so stupid. Like that's the thing that bugs me all the time. Like we're not that dumb. Well, I guess we are, but whatever. All right, so let's uh let's go into the first thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you read the left, and then I'll read the right because he was talking about how they're sexist, right? So
Mhm.
I'll read that second part because it talks about female Freemasonry.
But how? If they just said that they don't allow. Okay. All right. Makes
Exactly.
sense.
The whole thing's a fucking joke. It's a secret society, brother. Like we ain't involved. We're not included in the
No,
big club.
we don't want you guys, but yeah,
Well,
you can be part of the club.
you know what the sad thing is though is that you and I could probably get in there if we knew somebody. But it ain't worth it, brother. I'll say that. It ain't
Oh
worth it.
no, no. All right. Freemasons are members of the world's oldest, largest non-religious, non-political fraternal organization, focusing on charity, okay,
Yeah,
community,
well,
and personal moral development.
yay.
Originating from medieval stonemason guilds in the 14th, 16th centuries, modern Freemasonry was officially established in 1770
Liars.
with, with the first Grand Lodge in London. What is Freemasonry? Purpose. It is a fraternity focused on building character, fostering fellowship, and performing charity. Structure. Members meet in lodges and progress through the 3 degrees: entered,
Oh,
apprentice,
uh,
fellow fellowcraft, and master mason.
wah-wah.
Principles. It promotes brotherly love, relief, charity, and truth, with members required to hold a belief in a supreme being or great architect of the
Notice,
universe.
notice
Yeah,
how they just say supreme being. Doesn't say God.
yeah, no.
Okay.
He's the architect.
He's the great
Uh,
architect of the universe. Remember that, everybody, for the last video, especially.
Symbols. They use builders' tools like the square and compass to t- to teach symbolic moral lessons. Secret or nature. It is not a secret society, but it
Mm,
has secret rituals,
isn't that a joke in
handshakes,
itself?
and codes, often considered a society with secrets. You know what? I want to backtrack a little
Let's
bit when
do
I
it.
was talking about um you that about the handshakes. Like I
Hmm.
do know about that because one of my teachers told me like if I ever came across that guy, the
Hmm.
one the principal at that time, that whenever he shook your hand,
It was
he will
weird.
always tried to put his hand, like he would shake your hand and always try
Mhm.
to put his hand on top of your, like flip it
Flip it.
so his hand was on top of yours.
Yeah.
So it's like he like want to show dominance. And if you like hold it and try to like push it back into like your equal,
Uh,
they get upset.
so I think he's probably a higher ranked Freemason than you think he was. And that actually might be the dominance, like I'm in charge of you handshake. And because you're underneath them, you would allow them to turn your hand and go underneath. So just throwing it out there. It's possible.
Yeah, well, I never had to shake his hand.
Really?
Uh
Even after you
no,
accused
because
him of doing all these wrongdoing, you've never shook his
well,
hand?
I was just in the bunch. I was one of the
You
guys.
said you led the group.
No, no, no. I didn't let the group. My bad.
Okay, so
If I
Eddie
said it
was
that
a
way, no.
follower. Eddie was another
Yeah,
follower.
I was in the group. I
All
said,
right. Well, I'll lead the charge for our current uprising then.
when and where did it start? Origins: 14th to 16th century. Rotted in the medieval guilds
Rooted.
rooted in the medieval guilds of operative
Operative. Operative.
operative
I know it's weird.
stonemasons who build castles and cathedrals across Europe,
Liars.
particularly in Scotland and England.
Those are already
Transition:
there.
17th century. As cathedral buildings declined, lodges began accepting speculative masons, non stonemasons, transitioning into a philosophical fraternity. Modern foundation: 1770. The first Grand Lodge in London was founded
Nah.
on June 24th, 1770, marking the official start of modern speculative Freemasonry. Today, these are roughly 6 million Freemasons worldwide, with a significant presence in North America and Europe.
Hmm, interesting. The one thing though that was funny though is the Modern Foundation. The first Grand Lodge in London was founded. I still love when I see that word because I'll never get over it. They found it. They didn't make it. They found it.
Hmm.
Right? Like, isn't that what founded means? Like, we found this lodge and we took it over in 1717.
Yep.
It's insane, man. But yet they'll have a whole thing of we created it. It's like, no, you clowns, you fucking found it. Um, so yeah, so what is the female Freemason? Because they said that they were so sexist. So female Freemasons are women who participate in Freemasonry through all female Grand Lodges. Okay, so they're sexist too, primarily in the UK and Europe, such as the Order of Women Freemasons and the Honorable Fraternity of Ancient Freemasons. Huff. Huff Huff. I like that. They follow the same rituals, ceremonies, and regalia as male Freemasons. So they do the same shit, operating separately but in parallel to traditional male only lodges. So what the fuck? Like, just join up, guys. Are you really that? I mean, well, that's kind of the same as Bohemian Grove being just male only gay kind of stuff, right? Key aspects of female Freemasonry. Main organizations: the Order of Women Freemasons, oldest, largest, and the Honorable Fraternity of Ancient Freemasons, Huff. I like these things. I like them. Ritual practice: they perform the same. They perform the same ceremonies and hold the same secrets, including royal ark and other degrees, as the United Grand Lodge of England. And there's 33. You've heard that, right? 33 degrees
I,
of masonry.
I think so.
Okay. So 33, the funny thing too is like if you look at a lot of these like deaths and when things happen, there's a lot of 33s that like to throw in the news articles. So keep an eye out for 33s. You might be surprised. Relationship with Freemasons. While they do not mix in lodges, of course, because why would they? Ugly? I guess ugly has a good supportive relationship with female Grand Lodges and works with them on public events. Yeah, well, yeah, they're ugly. So they're like, get as many girls as you can. Purpose. Like traditional Freemasonry, women's Freemasonry is a society focused on charity, self improvement, morality, and social interactions. It's like the same fucking thing. Membership. Open to women of all backgrounds, typically requiring a belief in a supreme being. Again, not God, a supreme being. Differences from other women's groups. While groups like the Order of the Eastern Star, oh yes, I would recommend people look into that because that's kind of interesting too. Allow women to participate. They are not considered female Freemasonry because they do not conduct the same Masonic craft ceremonies degrees.
That makes no sense.
Right? Isn't it stupid? Like, but it's yeah, if you're not going through all the same rituals, then you're not going to be at the same level. So if you want to view it that way, I can kind of understand it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're always beneath them.
But here's the thing: what the fuck rituals do you need to do? Like, do you need to kill people, or
No, we don't know.
you
We don't
know?
know.
Like that's the thing. They don't tell us because it's a secret organization. Co-Masonry. In addition to all female lodges, there are co-Masonic orders that welcome both men and women to sit together. Often connected to international bodies such as Le Droit Humain. I don't know. Maybe it's French. Um, did you know any of that shit?
No.
No,
I,
right?
I always thought that women were allowed because of like what you see in the public, but I guess.
No, different group. You have to
Mm-hmm.
be, but they do the same shit. It's just all women instead of all men. So it's like,
Oh god, yeah, yeah.
what the
It's
fuck
like
are we
every
doing,
it's
guys?
like all these secret societies that we've been reading about. It's just like,
Dude.
oh, they just go into different groups, but it's the same. I don't.
Well,
It's tough.
the thing that gets me though, right? Like we all saw the stupid Simpsons episode where Homer joins the stupid Hammer Lodge or whatever,
Oh
and
yeah,
they
yeah,
have the
yeah.
song, who said do 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 we do whatever the fucking song is, right? Where they're talking about setting up all these things and doing all these things. Obviously, that's a joke, right? But like this shit happens, and what do they do to get to the next level? What's involved in the next level? So okay, so everybody goes through the first three, right? There's 33 total. You have to get through the first three before you start even going up higher. So that's like really begs the question in a secret society what you have to do. And also the fact of because it's a secret society, do you have to do something that's like terrifying? Do you, you know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
does Eddie have to go murder this guy and because all his brothers know about it, so he'll be like hushed up on the whole thing too? Like is that a question? That's a good question. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to go too far into that because I don't have anything that like says, "Hey man, this is what you need to do. You need to kill this guy, then you need to steal this bank, and then you need to do that." You know what I mean? Like I don't have
Yeah.
the list of requirements to be able to get to these next levels. So I do have an image though, and I would recommend people just look up Scottish Rite because that's like the normal path that most people would go. They do have honorary ones, so I'll go over that once we get to the image. Any questions you got before we go to the next thing, which I think we're reading still?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's all weird, right? So this
Hmm.
here is signs and symbols of Freemasonry, and obviously you're going to see up in the top left, you're going to see the big G with the compass and the ruler, right? So that's the normal one that people see. I am going to show you a bunch of other stuff. I'm just gonna burn through this while everybody's enjoying the image on the right, which shows like all of them. All like all the images or all the different symbols that they have. So Freemasonry uses symbols heavily drawn from medieval stonemasonry tools to teach moral and ethical lessons, including the square, morality, compasses, restraint, plum, which is like a plum is like what the fuck is it? It's like you're holding it. It's like a pendulum. You've seen a pendulum before?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
So a plum is like a pendulum to where like you hold it and it sees if like the building is straight. So plum is justice, level, which is equality because everyone's on the same level, and tools like the trowel representing building brotherly love. Which I don't see how that works, but whatever. Key Masonic symbols and their meanings. So square and compass, most recognized emblem. That's that one up on the top left. Representing the joining, or if you're looking at the right image, it's the one in the middle. Joining of earthly moral actions, square with spiritual or interpersonal boundaries, compass. Okay? So your spirit, you're going towards the heaven. That's what it does. It points towards the heaven. That's why it's got an all-seeing eye at the top, which is funny. And then the pointing down below is the compass, and that's what like grounds you, right? Okay. The letter G, typically situated in the center of the square and compasses, representing God, right? It says that.
Hmm.
Capital G, but it's not. It's the grand architect of the universe. Or geometry, little g, which is kind of interesting. Wouldn't you want to capitalize that G,
Little
Google
G.
AI? All seeing eye. So the eye of providence symbolizes the supervision of God or a higher power, watching over a Mason's actions, reminding them to be mindful of their duties. All right. Then the level reminds Freemasons that all members are equal, regardless of their worldly wealth or status. That means that me and Eddie can join tomorrow and they won't look down on us because now we're brothers. The plumb line symbolizes moral uprightness, integrity, and justice in one's actions. The trowel, used to spread brotherly love and affection. Oh, a trowel is what you spread like cement with and shit, right?
Hmm.
Okay, good. Cementing the members together. Okay, good. Probably should have finished reading that. The beehive represents industry, diligence, and cooperation within the lodge. Also, the beehive is conformity. So they don't have it listed there. It's not part of this group, but just in general, the beehive is conformity. Everybody conforms to the beehive to take care of the queen. The apron. That's what we're wearing out there. It's funny. The apron, based on the aprons worn by operative stonemasons, it is worn in meetings as a symbol of service and purity. Okay. Rough and smooth ashlar. So that's a stone that they have. And it's like it's rough in the beginning, but you're going to have a smooth stone at the end after you go through. So stones representing the unrefined state of a person, rough, and the improved, educated, or manipulated state, smooth, achieved through education and virtue or indoctrination. The acacia tree symbolizes the immortality of the soul. These symbols serve as a visual encyclopedia, allowing members to understand complex ancient philosophical principles. So, any questions you got? They didn't mention anything about phallic symbols in this, which is
No.
kind of interesting because they got a lot of phallic symbols. They do. Like you'll see a lot of like a lot of phallic stuff out there. But yeah, any questions for the next thing?
No, no.
All right, let's
No,
do
this
it.
is like like I said, it's just because I read about it a little bit just because of my experience. So,
Are you trying to say why you're not jumping so high? Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to like get that out in
yeah.
front? He was like, I ain't jumping to a 9. It's like, oh, we know. It's okay, brother. Like, we
I
know.
don't no, it's not saying like that, it's just explaining.
Okay. All right. So Eddie is somewhat aware of the Freemasons. I still think I'm gonna kind of like open his eyes here before we're done because we're literally in the first bit. So yeah. Any other questions you got for the next thing?
No, no.
Okay. So this here, and it's probably hard to read, so I will put a link in the details so you can see it and hopefully blow it up. Take a screenshot if you want, but this shows the different degrees, and if you can see, which Eddie, I don't know if you can see, it might be kind of blurry, but it starts at the fourth, right?
Yeah,
You see that?
and I
So it's
see that it
secret
keeps showing up.
master, then perfect master, then intimate secretary, then provost and judge, then like all these random ridiculous names. Like how when we get to the last video, you'll like it. You'll understand why it's like stupid, ridiculous titles as you go up. And there's the Scottish Rite on the right, and there's a York Rite on the left. And I'll read the York Rite on the left because these are kind of interesting. So starting at the bottom, you got a Mark Master, you got a Past Master, you got the Most Excellent Master, and you got the Royal Arc Mason. Okay, and then you got a Royal Master. Once you jump up even further, Royal Master, Select Master, Super Excellent Master. Like the fucking 8-year-old make these names. And then you got
Yeah.
Order of the Red Cross, Order of Malta, and Order of the Temple. Those three at the top there are actually like, you have to join those groups specifically. So that's and those are kind of attached to some wicked things. But Super Excellent Master, that's what I want to be called moving forward.
Nope,
Super
that
Fred
that's the best
Cal,
name.
dude,
That
Super
name is
Excellent Master.
fucking
Let's
hilarious.
Unbelievable. Let me just scroll. Let me just kind of look through these ones on the right side, see if there's anything that's more ridiculous than that. Grand Elect Master is pretty good. Master of the Ninth Apex. I think it says Apex. Grand Master Architect. Like, grow up. Like, grow up. You need a fuck. You need.
Like,
You
what?
need to show up to a place and be called the Super Excellent Master.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this one of them is gonna be called like the super duper duper masters.
Super duper califragilistic expialidocious, brother. Like, that's what I am. Call me that now, and we'll
Oh
be
my
okay.
god.
What a joke! What a fucking joke in itself. But no, this doesn't even include the first three, which they said is a master mason is 3. So you become a master at the 3rd degree of masonry, and then the journey begins all over again. Like that's essentially what it is.
You keep on going.
You
You
just
you
keep
keep on
going.
becoming a better master. Oh, it's just like
Well,
a
you
never
you
ending.
ultimately get to be super excellent, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
Until you're super excellent, you ain't nobody. But yeah, so like the whole thing is a joke. And the bad thing is like I was mentioning before, how are you climbing? How are you climbing through all these different things? Um, we probably don't want to know if we want to stay sane. I feel like that might be the reality.
Probably.
Probably, yeah. Oh, and then on the right, it's got actually like the degrees. So like down on the bottom, it says Lodge of Perfection is from 4 to 14, and then up at the top, it's what was that 19 to 32 or whatever. And 31 to 32 has its own thing too. They try to make you feel super important through this whole thing so that you'll commit more evil deeds. That's kind of what it seems like. But yeah, oh, I'm sorry. 1, 2, and 3 are in the middle, down at the bottom. But yeah, any questions you got? Because this whole thing is silly. Are you ready to go to the next thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you my super excellent master? Right. What a fucking joke, man.
Oh my god, I can't with the names.
So here are some symbolism, right? So you'll notice what looks like skull and bones on the right there in the middle, but you'll see the big G everywhere. You'll see that those crests up at the top. I think the top left one, I want to say that's yeah, I think it's the 33rd. So if anybody's a 33rd degree Mason, they'll have that symbolism somewhere. 32's right behind it, and you'll see a pyramid and then light shining from the pyramid on the top. You'll see a lot of Egyptian stuff also, which is kind of interesting since they never mentioned the Egyptian slaves that made the pyramid, which is a bogus ass story anyway. But you never see them with Masonic degrees, but whatever. And then on your left here, you see the burning star, which is a you know pentagram. Then you got the all-seeing eye that's on top of our dollar bill, which is great. Great. Glad that we have that on everything. You got the black and white checkerboard floor. You got the Bible there. You got your pillars because they always like they like the phallic symbols. They're all men, so makes sense.
Yep.
any questions for the next thing? I think it's a video.
No. It's like,
It's weird,
I don't
right?
know. Yeah. I
It's
just love the names. I love the names.
the names are the best. Supreme Excellent Master. So these are hand signs, right? So if you start up at the top left, you can see a bunch of different ones, and I'm just pretty much going to leave this up here for people to take a look at. When you look at the right, you'll see the pyramid, you'll see the 666 underneath the pyramid, and the 666 is literally when you make a circle with your index finger and your thumb, and then the three
Yeah.
fingers.
Yeah.
It's
Those
666.
sixes. Yeah.
Right. So remember that. Remember also the upside down pyramid, which almost looks like maybe it's a vagina or something that they're putting, but whatever the case, they've got the upside down pyramid, which actually looks probably more like a pendulum, right? Yeah, it's probably more like a pendulum. So they got that. And then what else we got? Yeah, I mean the hidden hands in here. Yeah, hidden hands in the middle. So you hidden hand. And what does it say in the bottom left? Is are you content? Are your content providers or your favorite celebrities doing any of these? It's a good question. It's actually a good question.
Probably,
but
yeah.
Dude, well, just wait. You'll see. So.
No, I know.
I got some shit to look at. It's kind of funny. But yeah, any questions? Next, I think, is a video.
No.
Okay. Yes, it is. Thank goodness. And this here is from a documentary I found on a BitChute. So again, all our links are going to be in our description. But this one here is a quick, I think it's 18 minutes. Yeah, it's 18 minutes. It's a quick, hey, here's what Freemasonry is. Here's some shit to look at. Boom, in your face. So are you ready for our first video?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's do it.
The very word secrecy is repugnant.
It's my guy right there.
A free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths,
should be,
and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
33rd degree members of the secret order of Freemasons.
Freemasonry believes in brotherly love, relief, and truth as a way to make good men better.
The main
That's
premises
right,
were all
making good people.
It's as simple as that. Yes, there will be people who do different roles, but fundamentally we are all the same.
In all Masonic lodges, signs and symbols are everywhere.
They help you reflect and realize or fully understand what's right from wrong, to be charitable and mindful of the needs of others.
In the lodge, a rough stone known as an ashlar
There
represents the as yet unformed initiate.
So when we have taken the rough stone
It is
and
weird.
educated and polished it up, we
And
end up with a
documented.
perfect stone, and that's what we hope all the brethren will become.
Yeah, sure.
According to the
Looks
American
rape or not?
esoteric scholar and 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity,
He's got a lot of good
an
looks.
outer
for sure.
organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. That certainly sounds a little Illuminati-ish.
Does.
Hall adds that the visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men, enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian concerns. The Invisible Society is a secret and most august fraternity whose members are dedicated to the service of a mysterious Arcanum Arcanorum, the secret of secrets. Yet another Masonic scholar, the 19th century American Albert Pike, pronounced Masonry a search for the light that led back to the occult mysteries of the ancient Jewish tradition of Kabbalah. In turn, the Kabbalah connected Freemasonry to Hermeticism, alchemy, and the anti-papal thinkers of the Middle Ages. Did he include among those anti-papal thinkers the notorious Knights Templar and the heretical Cathars? No Mason is required to go any further than Freemasonry's 3 craft or blue
We're
degrees.
super excellent.
Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, and Master. Higher degrees are bestowed by so-called rights. They're mostly regarded as purely honorary or ornamental. If you imagine the craft degrees as Cub
There's most
Scout,
excellent
Boy
master.
Scout, and Eagle Scout, then the higher degrees are like merit badges an Eagle Scout
super
earns to
excellent.
distinguish himself. Other terms for the rights and their higher degrees are speculative or esoteric masonry. This is where the mystical and occult doctrines Pike mentions really come into play. Over time, there have been about 20 Masonic rites. The best known are the Scottish Rite and the York Rite. But the rites aren't under any authority or any Grand Lodge. Thus, the higher rites can pretty much do and believe whatever they want. The number of additional degrees offered by the rites varies widely. The Scottish Rite, for example, goes up to 33 degrees. Pike argued that all divine intelligences, gods, angels, and the like, were divided into 2 principles of good and evil, light and darkness. To Pike, Freemasonry was the successor or revival of the ancient mystery cults. But he viewed regular Blue Lodge Freemasonry as merely the entrance to the temple. Pike's esoteric ideas weren't intended for ordinary Masons. Most brethren are probably unaware of them. Indeed, nothing in his book, Morals and Dogma, was sacramental or obligatory. It was merely Pike's learned opinion. Still, as commander of the Supreme Council of the Masonic Scottish Rite, Pike wasn't without influence.
It's a hell of a title.
Cover up.
Well, that's what we're working on. Cover-ups.
Never to reveal our secrets, under no less a penalty than my throat be cut across.
The candidate for entered apprentice stands behind the door, waiting to be summoned. He's blindfolded, and there's a noose around his neck with a length of rope trailing behind. His chest is exposed at the left breast, and his left pant leg rolled up. The doorkeeper raps 3 times and announces that the candidate desires to enter and obtain the privileges of Freemasonry. With that, the candidate is escorted into the lodge by the inner guard. The guard holds the tip of a dagger against the candidate's bare chest and asks if he feels anything. Next, the candidate kneels before the head of the lodge, the worshipful master,
Seriously, I'd be laughing.
and they engage in a ritual question and answer.
They'd kill me.
He's led by the rope or cable tow to an altar with a Bible or other holy book. Standing with his heels together to form a square, the candidate now kneels. He places his right hand on the Bible and with his left presses the point of a compass against his chest. He swears to forever conceal and never reveal any of the secret arts, parts, or points of the hidden mysteries of Freemasonry.
Never to reveal our secrets, under no less a penalty than my throat be cut across.
Jesus Christ.
My tongue be torn out by its root, and that I be buried in sand, a cable's length from shore.
The assembled brothers rise and give the sign of the entered apprentice. Right hand held palm down beneath the chin, with the elbows straight out. The master asks the candidate what he seeks. He replies, "The light." The master strikes his gavel, and the hood is removed.
Supreme Excellent Master.
Let the brother receive the light.
The Master reminds him that he faces terrible retribution should he ever betray the organization's secrets. He is instructed that he must understand the importance of God, must be law-abiding, must abstain from political or religious discussion in the lodge, and must obey the Master and other officers. He's again warned he must never reveal any secrets of the Brotherhood. Secrecy, if you haven't noticed, is a big deal.
But you get that far? Oh yeah, I became a Master Mason. Okay. I mean, the highest you go is 33rd, but okay. Even at 32nd, see, from the ranks of 30th to 33, which is 3, that's when they divulge the actual truth to you.
I got you.
You know, which they have you in darkness all those years, and then once you start climbing up the rituals and the phases, and you go up the ranks or degrees. And they expose everything to you at the 30th to the 33, you know, you're done. You're selling yourself to the devil at that point.
Lucifer, the light bearer.
And then not only that, you're sworn to secrecy.
Yeah, you sworn never to divulge any information, but to always protect and help your fellow brother. That's it.
Yeah. In other words, like, you almost have to, kind of like the way we have to be reborn.
Yes, they're making a mockery out of baptism.
Right, and it's actually reversed. And you know what? The devil works like that because. So if we have to be reborn, they pretty much say you have to
die first.
You have to kill yourself for the devil. Yeah. Their ultimate goal is pretty much one world order,
one world religion,
and one world
currency. Yep.
To eventually rule the world.
Rule the world, right?
Which is to usher in also the
Antichrist.
The Antichrist, mark of the beast, and so on.
Mark of the beast, right. You have to be a Master Mason before you become anything else. Depending on your upward mobility, and rituals, the quicker you get them done, the quicker things are revealed to you. But like I said, you could go as high as you want. If you got money, you could buy your way up.
Yeah.
Honorary. Like you talking about those the Illuminati.
Illuminati.
He looks
right.
That's to
do with them.
Oh yeah, you have to be a Freemason to be that. All the presidents were Freemasons. Oh. But see, if you start exposing them, they'll go after you. They'll go after you. The government is in cahoots with these people.
Right.
Yeah. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world that he did not exist. True statement. Baphomet.
In Hollywood, if you're in the industry, the devil,
she's pretty, but she's got
like
Adam's
Illuminati,
apple.
all that shit. They try to get you, especially when you got a big influence. You around.
Around Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize.
They're fleshly vessels. There are compartmentalized. They're like shattered. They shatter their brains, and it's just like MK Ultra, right?
We'll get into that.
MK Ultra to
MK Ultra.
Break the minds of people, and then they mold them the way that they want them to go.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Or satanic ritual abuse. That all comes together with the Freemasons.
Yeah. Calling them
Whether
out.
or not you believe in the New World Order and this conspiracy among the global elite, it cannot be denied that there are millions of Freemasons around the world, many of them powerful and historically have been involved in criminal activity, corruption, and cover-ups. But what I can say for certain is that where there is secrecy, there is conspiracy. And the agendas that once remained hidden are getting harder to conceal as the public continues to ask questions about who truly runs the world that we live in.
So, what did you know about all that?
Well, I think a good amount.
Somewhat, right? Like those are most of your your Freemason documentaries. It's kind of what you end up finding, like that
exactly,
kind of stuff, right? where you got the people that just know about like 1, 2, 3, and that's pretty much it. And they talk about how they are connected with everything. And there's a lot of wealthy people, and they do make decisions on our behalf. And
then also too, like, you can buy your way up and everything.
Oh, exactly. You can buy your way up to being the supreme excellent fucking master, bro. Still.
The supreme number one, biggest of all of the masters.
Absolutely. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. The stupid name titles thing. It's still, I laugh so hard because it's so ridiculous. Like, again, once we get to the last video in the whole thing, you'll laugh about it too. But yeah, so anything else you got before we,
No.
Okay, it's ridiculous. The whole thing's fucking ridiculous, bro.
I love it.
So, I will read the left, and then I will have you read the right. Okay?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So, what celebrities are Freemasons? And this is like in general. So this isn't like I just said celebrities. I didn't say in like the old time and whatnot. So famous Freemasons include historical leaders like George Washington and Winston Churchill, who you guys should all know those names. Entertainers such as John Wayne, which you should know, and Harry Houdini, which you should know, and thinkers like Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, which you should know. Like all those are big guys, and they were fucking Freemasons. They are drawn from various fields, including science, business, and politics, often recognized for their impact on history and society, with many achieving the honorary 33rd degree. And that's like what he was talking about there. You just buy it. Historical leaders and U.S. presidents. So George Washington, first U.S. president, was also a Freemason. Benjamin Franklin, founding father, author, and scientist. Doesn't mention about all the bodies buried under his house, though, which is kind of interesting. Take a look. It's real. Harry S. Truman, 33rd degree Mason, 33rd president. Winston Churchill, British Prime Minister, member of Studholme Mason Lodge, number 1591. All right. Franklin D. Roosevelt and Theodore Roosevelt, U.S. presidents. And James Monroe, 5th U.S. president. So there's been a lot of presidents. Entertainers and actors. John Wayne, very famous actor. Harry Houdini, magician and escape artist. Very, very famous. Richard Pryor, which... And I'll throw up a graphic if I'm wrong, but Richard Pryor also was a member of the Church of Satan, as far as I know. So, like I said, if I'm wrong, I'll put up a graphic and discount that, or I'll put up a graphic confirming that. So we'll see that coming up soon. Douglas Fairbanks, silent film star. I don't have no idea who that person is. William Bud Abbott, who's a comedian. Abbott and Costello. Very, very famous. All right, then go ahead.
Musicians and composers.
You'll like this.
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Yeah, Mozart.
Composer. Mm-hmm. William Count Basie, jazz pianist and band leader. Brett Paisley.
You know that name.
Country music singer.
You're a big country fan.
I never listened to country. Ludwig van Beethoven.
Composer. You know Beethoven. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Nat King Cole, singer and musician. Scientists, authors, and entrepreneurs. Mark Twain,
very
writer
famous.
and author. Yeah. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, author of Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes, yeah.
Steve Wozniak, Apple co-founder. Wow.
How about that shit?
Colonel Harlan. I'm surprised my phone didn't go off.
Colonel is Colonel. I know, right? As soon as you say the word Apple, your phone's gonna be like, "What do you need?" It's like, you fucking shut up.
Hello. Or as soon as you say his name.
Dude, well, that's why you can't say Siri. And that's why I can say Siri all day long because I have no Apple products here. So go ahead.
Cardinal Harlan Sanders, founder of KFC.
Kentucky Fried fucking chicken, man.
Henry Ford, automobile manufacturer. John Glenn Jr., astronaut. Sir Ernest
Shackleton.
Yeah,
Shackleton.
Antarctic explorer. Oh,
So that's funny, right?
He was allowed in Antarctica.
The funny thing is, too, is they don't actually have in here a list of all the astronauts that were Masons. They brought a Masonic flag the first time they actually went to the moon. So look it up. So, but go ahead.
At least. Arnold Palmer, professional
He's
golfer.
The big golfer. Absolutely. You
Oh,
can drink
wow.
his
I did
alcohol.
not know that. I did not know
I
that
didn't
Sugar
know.
Ray Robinson was
Well, I didn't know
the
Arnold
boxer.
Palmer nor Sugar Ray nor John Elway were fucking.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know any of these guys were fucking. These guys are huge.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're all Freemasons, guys.
Like the one that surprised me the most is Sugar Ray Robinson. Like
100%. Well, because you read that first thing that said racism or something. It's not real, guys. It's not real. The racism isn't real. They set it up so that way they pick everybody that's of certain races to get those types of people to watch that type of thing. That's what they do. That's all a setup, guys. It's a setup. Sorry, go ahead.
No. While many of these individuals are historical figures, some prominent figures, such as Brad Paisley. Brad Paisley. Sorry, I don't know.
I know you don't like country music. That's why you're so against his name.
Have been publicly identified as modern members.
Yeah, he said he's a 32 degree. I think I have a video of that. I might not. I'm confused now with how many videos I got. But so what do you think of this list of random celebrities, right?
Well, like, you want me to be honest? Like the ones that like rich people, like, you know.
Well, here's
like
the question: are they
and stuff like that,
honorary
it didn't shock.
33rd?
Oh, who knows? Probably not.
They might have actually gone through all the ranks themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because they got to this degree, now they're like, oh, now you're famous. By the way, it's like, oh, am I? Great.
That sounds
Send
like
the checks to my bank.
That's accurate. Yeah, of course.
It's weird. It's weird, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like we don't.
Like I said, but the other thing too, sometimes like I don't know, like it doesn't surprise me anymore because like it seems like it's a thing, like it's a common thing that. No, just like once you get to a certain status, like social status or something like that, you get approached by all this.
So
like,
let me ask you though, is it the chicken or the egg there? Is it because you were in this group and you've been to X amount of whatever? That's why you're being promoted?
Yes. I think is that way around because like there's so many things of people that weren't like it was like there's so many times that it's been like known that okay, this person actually came from nothing and had talent, or
then you find out they're a fucking Freemason.
Not all the times. Not all the times. I wouldn't say like all the times.
All right, well, just be ready for all the images of celebrities we're about to see.
Oh no, oh, God, I know. Come on. It's like if you don't know by now, like, are you living underneath a rock or something?
Well, that's our next video, actually.
Okay, let's go for it.
All right. So this here is perfectly titled. If this video doesn't wake people up, then, like, what the fuck? This is a call for an uprising, which, as I mentioned in the beginning and middle and again now, we need as a people. But this here is good. He really is good. He's very Christian. So if you do, I would recommend. He's got a website to go to. You have to subscribe for it. It's $2.99 a month, which isn't even that bad compared to all the other bullshit. He puts a lot of videos out. There's a forum. There's a lot of information out there that he's gotten. He's been one of my favorites that I have found in the past year. I think I just found him like last year. But like, I almost parallel everything besides some of the things, but like I almost view like his view is almost like my view, and it's like it's funny when I watch a video. I say the same thing. Oh my god, I think the same way. Oh my god, it's like so. Not to say like too much of that, but yeah, like honestly, really good videos. We did have a clip of his video. You remember when we did the do weapon thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
So at the end of the do weapon, you heard him. So once you hear his voice, you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember hearing his voice. Call for an Uprising. He's got like 5 YouTube channels because they keep fucking killing his YouTube channels, and he needs to make another one, and then he needs to make another one, and then he needs to make another one. So because he keeps getting like blocked every single time, which is just unbelievable. I couldn't even imagine that. We haven't been blocked yet. They've been blocking like a couple of videos, but nothing crazy as far as like taking our whole channel down. So he's been through that. But again, a call for an uprising.com. Check out his website. It literally $2.99, which isn't that bad. Take a look at it. Try it for a month. See what you think. But yeah, I think you're gonna like this one. This one's good. I was going to actually, then just to throw it out there, I know I'm sorry to make this longer, but just to throw it out there, I was going to have 2 of his videos. The one about police, that's what I was mentioning before, about the police mentioning that they're a part of Freemasonry. This video, though, is the perfect one. It fits in this section here perfectly. But I was going to have both. So, take a look. Again, it's in the description. You'll see the other video listed. But yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
Good. You'll like this.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I wanted to do a video just to kind of simplify and show people how this is not a coincidence that all of these celebrities are all linked to Freemasonry.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence.
How they subliminally always throw in Freemasonry symbols in movies, in music videos, and how, if I put all this in perspective in one video, how it should be able to get people to start thinking and realizing that these secret societies all work together. These celebrities who are part of these elite bloodlines all are part of these fraternal organizations. Okay? So for people out there to think, well, they could make it in Hollywood and they can make it as a famous musician based on talent, they're living in a naive world. Because that is not true. It is not possible to make it in these fields unless you are one of them.
Yeah,
now,
they select themselves.
I know a lot of people feel that Freemasonry is a bottom-dwelling, fraternal order. It's at the bottom of the pyramid. It's at the bottom of the food chain. It's what most people will tell you. Well, there's truth in that, and there's also lies in that. Because while Freemasonry might not be the Jesuit order, and it might not be, as powerful as the Jesuits or as powerful as Zionists, all of these people who are in those fraternal orders went through Freemasonry. And whether they went to down the road of the Scottish Rite or a different path and became 33rd degree Masons and then, moved up in the pyramid into different fraternal organizations.
Yeah, it goes higher.
All of these people go through the basic Freemasonry, the basic, fraternal orders that they have to go through. Okay. And I want to show you, because it is important. It's very important. And I worry about people who follow the truther community who think that, you only should talk about the one thing and not talk about the other, because there's a lot of clogs in the wheel. Okay. And I've heard channels recently talking about how they, Freemasonry isn't really bad, and it's only been infiltrated recently, and they have, certain people have family members who are in it, and it's not what everybody thinks. At least it wasn't then. It's always been corrupt since it's been here in America. Okay, period. It's not just now all of a sudden it's a corrupt organization. Okay, so people who are dismissing it, you really have to check their credentials. And it really makes you wonder if, the person's grandfather was a Freemason or or whatever, or in some other fraternal organization, if they're a part of it as well, and they're giving out disinformation, because that's what they do. They will plant Freemasons in this, community to give out disinformation, to make it seem like Freemasonry isn't bad, and only focus on this or focus on that, when there's a lot of things that we all should focus on exposing. Because if people really see this stuff, they start to go, wow, is it a coincidence that all of these people happen to be Freemasons, that all of these people, in Hollywood are all connected to each other. Now, you could see, let's start here by showing some of the basic symbols, okay? You don't need to see the guy in the cloak or whatever you call it, in the garb that they wear, or, like Shaquille O'Neal, who's wearing it openly on TNT television while he's covering NBA basketball, showing off his ring because clearly he doesn't care at all, so he shows it off. But you also will see subliminal messaging.
Wearing the apron.
Images such as the hidden hand, right? You'll see Kanye West doing the hidden hand. I've covered this in a separate video.
Yep.
And again, I want this stuff to all be in one video so people could see this and go, oh, this is pretty interesting. What is this fraternal organization and why is there one in every town in America? Because guess what? Look it up. Look up where you live. There's definitely one in your town. And if it's not in your town, it's on the border of your town because you might be in a really, really small town. But the town next to it will have one and people who from your town will be members in that town. Okay? That's why on the highway you'll see signs when you get off at an exit. You'll see this Freemasonic logo because they let them know. Okay, here's where the lodge is here for all the Freemasons who come through. I mean, this is how it works. It is a network.
Look at them.
Okay, we've all been duped.
Yep.
Into think it's sitting right there for everyone to see, but we've all been duped because we just think that all this stuff is just natural, like it's a fraternity in college.
They tell us not to pay attention.
So you'll see Tom Hanks, another Freemason, doing the sign of fidelity, the hand over the chest. You'll see a lot of, these people on magazine covers doing these poses. This is what they do. It's almost like if you're somebody who isn't awake yet or you're just beginning to wake up, it's like gang, right? Yeah. Everybody's aware that gangs throw up gang symbols. Okay, well, they do the same thing here. And they're not throwing up, gang symbols to a motorcycle club or whatever they're a part of. Okay, they're throwing it up to the Brotherhood. They're letting other members and other people in the Brotherhood know that they're a part of the same fraternal organization. So you can see Tom Hanks doing it. You could see Kanye West doing the hidden hand. You could see a variation of it from Robert De Niro. Yep. Okay, in this, this photo that was taken for The Godfather, with the pinky out. A lot of people, Johnny Depp has posed, doing this. They'll do it on magazine covers. These are deliberately done poses. This isn't like, getting out of the shower and somebody just flashing a picture of you or getting off of a bus. Okay, they're strategically doing this. That's what they do. That's how they communicate with one another. Okay, you'll see some of these images, from films. Christopher Walken wearing the Freemasonic ring on his hand. Yeah. Okay, you see some of these other characters in movies. I believe this one guy was the guy from They Live wearing the Masonic ring as well.
They Live is
obviously I covered Ashton Kutcher recently, and you all saw him wearing the hat. Okay, now Walt Disney, a member of we have the Freemasonic 33 Club at Disney. Also, a member of the D-Malays. For those of you who aren't aware, the D-Malay is a fraternal organization for children. Is a part of Freemasonry. They recruit these kids and then they prepare them to become Freemasons when they're age appropriate. They do the same thing. They recruit females. They begin indoctrinating them with a worship of Lucifer because all of these Freemasons worship Lucifer. Here is the quote, okay? This is from 33rd degree Mason Albert Pike. That which we must say to the crowd is, we worship a God, but it is the God that one adores without superstition. To you, sovereign grand inspectors general, we say this, that you may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the high degrees, maintained in the purity of Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, Jesus, spread false and harmful statements about him? Yes, Lucifer is God. That is a quote from Albert Pike. And there's other quotes in the teachings that Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give the spirit of darkness, Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors, intolerable blinds, feeble, sensual, or selfish souls, doubt it not. And that's from Morals and Dogma. This is what they are taught. Okay, so now you know. And listen, I know a lot of you already know this stuff, but I want to put this together for people to make this an easy transition to wake up. Realize that there's a Freemason lodge in your town. Realize that the teachings that they teach inside there are not of the Bible. Even though they'll claim that, they'll put the Bible on their altar and they'll say that they're Christian. Okay? We know that these people are liars. They worship Lucifer and they indoctrinate people with this Luciferian doctrine. Period. Now, here's the connection. You start seeing all of these celebrities, right?
Brad Paisley,
here you have
that's your guy.
Brad Paisley, openly 32nd degree Freemason, right? Even a video where he's boasting about it, talking about how we need to have tolerance And we need to have universal love. These are all the things that I've been warning everybody about, right? Universal love. What does that lead to? Universal love and tolerance leads to the acceptance of Satanism and the occult. And that's why in this society we live in, people are accepting of it. And the only thing they're not tolerant of is Christianity. Okay, so you can see him here with his stupid little hat on. These people are just, I mean, they claim to be a part of a brotherhood, but I mean, they're just nothing but losers. You see Bill Clinton here? Bill Clinton. Now, some people say, well, where's the connection with Clinton and Freemasonry? Clinton fully connected to the Order of the Demolay in Arkansas. You can see him here at one of the orders, hanging around kids, which is something that we all know he loves to do. You can see Richard Dreyfuss here. Richard Dreyfuss is a famous, proud Freemason. Okay, Cosmo Kramer. I forgot the guy's name off the top of my head, from Seinfeld. Okay, you see him on the cover of the Scottish Rite. Most of you have probably already seen this and are aware of it. You'll see Brad Pitt, right, on his ring, wearing another, another Masonic symbol
Brad
on his
Pitt.
ring. You could see Simon Cowell here on his jet ski. I mean, you can't make it up. Proudly with the Masonic emblem on his jet ski.
Unbelievable. Right in your face.
I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, it's rampant. All of these people are a part of this stuff. And now, another thing that you should keep in mind is that Ivy League universities, okay?
Yeah.
We're talking Stanford, Yale. They have their own secret societies. Everybody's aware of
Dartmouth in the
Skull and
middle.
Bones and the Bush's connections in Skull and Bones. All of these Ivy Leagues have their own fraternal organizations that are connected to Freemasonry. And that's one of the reasons that most of these famous musicians and actors all, quote unquote, attend these schools like Dartmouth, like Stanford, like Yale. It's not because they're smarter than you and me.
No.
Okay, remember, for the people who think that, somebody's so smart for going to Yale or these schools, this is all fake. All the stuff that people are learning is nothing but lies.
It is.
So in reality, the dumbest people on earth are the ones that are going to these schools and thinking that they're smart because they're just smarter than everybody else at believing lies and passing tests and being rewarded for it because they're believing the lie more than anybody else. It's laughable. It's laughable. So you could see, and that's something to remember, that these Ivy League schools, they recruit people and they indoctrinate them. You'll see movies where they'll be talking about, oh, let's recruit them for fraternities. And then they'll make it just seem like, oh, yeah, the fraternity, the guys, getting drunk and doing keg stands and picking up chicks. Okay, that's not really what's going on. Yes, that does go on college campuses, of course. But they actually are really recruiting people at schools like Yale because there are people who aren't born into it that get into it, that they want involved in it, that they see something in. Okay? Harry Truman, another 33rd degree Freemason. Okay, and I've recently heard a truth channel talking about how they don't make men like Harry Truman anymore. Yeah, they sure don't. They make them just as bad, or if not worse. Truman responsible for Operation Paperclip, bringing in all these doctors who were running these MK Ultra experiments. Just another rotten human being who's probably just burning in hell right now as we speak. Unless he repented, of course, and found Jesus Christ.
There you go.
Okay, so you'll see all of these people connected to one another, and it's important to realize that they're not hiding this stuff. It's just a matter of your mind and your perception of seeing these things, right? Seeing these signs and these symbols. They're always in front of us. We just have been trained not to think this way, not to look for these types of things. Okay? You don't have to just look for a pendant with the Masonic symbol or the pyramid or any of those things. Remember that they do these hidden hand signs, whether it's the 666 like we always see on the magazine covers, or these Masonic hand signs, right? Like I showed you before with Tom Hanks or with Kanye West. These are deliberately done. These poses are deliberately done. He didn't just shove his hand in his, Kanye wasn't going, oh, my hand's a little cold, let me shove it in my pocket here. This is how they're trained to communicate. We're trained not to see this stuff, and that's why they do it in plain sight. Yep. The problem is that when you tell people about it, they go, oh, you're a crazy person.
Right.
So let's summarize this video. We have Freemason lodges in every town in America. Freemasonry, obviously, like I said, it doesn't, it's not the Jesuits here. We're not at the top of the pyramid. We're at the bottom of the pyramid, but that's where the recruiting is done.
Yeah.
Okay, the recruiting is done there.
Everything.
The recruiting is done at Ivy League schools. And then you have all of these celebrities who are connected to Freemasonry doing these poses on magazine covers, right? And these people are all going up the ladder. You have Brad Paisley, right? 32nd degree Mason. Now this guy's suddenly a big star. Not a coincidence. Preaching love, preaching tolerance. That's what you're going to hear Freemasons do.
Yeah.
That is the Luciferian doctrine. Tolerance. Accept everything. Let a 5-year-old tell you its gender. Accept homosexuality. Accept. That's what they want, because tolerance is Lucifer. Being tolerant of all of this stuff. Remember, do without wilt is the whole of the law. That is what they believe. Do without wilt means tolerance. So you can see all these guys, but again, it must just be some huge coincidence. Right? From Hanks to Richard Dreyfuss to Shaq. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You know, you don't have to look too far. You can see these people doing these poses. Just go to the grocery store. Look at a magazine cover. They'll be doing it right on the cover of the magazine. Right? And it's not because the guy who took the photograph was like, it would be really cool if you put your hand over your chest like this. And won't that be cool?
Exactly.
You know, like this one, you know, Tom Hanks doing the hidden hand under his arm. I mean, blatantly right in front of our faces. So be aware of these things. Be aware that it's not as hidden as you would think. It's just the fact that they've trained our mind not to look for these things. I thank you for listening to today's show. I hope this video was helpful in some way. God bless all of you and your families.
So, did you know that Shaquille O'Neal was a Mason?
No, I just found this out right now.
Dude, isn't
And
it
also,
like...
too,
Uh-huh.
like, well, it's because, like, to be honest, like, Shaq, like, I've never really seen, like, a lot of TV, too, also.
Well, here's the thing. He was very famous. Well, one, he was a big, tall guy, but he was like a brick, though. So, like, it's not like you can get through him kind of a thing. So he was perfect there. But then you ask the question, did he join them willingly, or did he get, did he get introduced into it by somebody else? More than likely. And then they said, hey, great, we're going to make sure that you get on Orlando Magic, and that whenever anybody plays that NBA Jam game, they get Shaquille O'Neal to be there so he can brick everybody and make shots, as long as you're like right next to the basket. But like, it's just weird, man. The whole thing is fucking weird, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's no reason that these people, it's like, oh, they were a Mason? Oh, is that why they were famous? Oh, it probably was. It's fucking nuts, man. It's fucking nuts.
But yeah, I didn't know.
No, right? Okay. Well, you read Brad Paisley's name before, but yeah, he's becoming more famous. There is a lot of demonic stuff that seems like everyone's kind of pointing towards, which will be great for our third video, FYI. But any questions you got before we go on to the next thing with it? I think we're watching images. We're looking at pictures.
No.
Okay. So this here is interesting.
Yeah, a bunch of people that
covering their fucking eyes, right? So top left, if you look at that, these are all the people doing the all-seeing eye, right?
Only a few of them, because there's
so you got
some.
Lionel Richie, you got, what is that? What's that girl's name? I like her too. The redhead there in the middle.
Emma Stone.
Emma Stone, thank you. I think that's the guy from U2, isn't it? In the middle there. You got fucking... Yeah, Bono. You got Robin Williams. You got that blonde who's been in a handful of movies, but I can't think of her name. She wasn't really that good of an actress, but she's been she's been promoted, and she's been in a lot of movies, but she's not that great of an actress.
Which one? The
bottom right in the top left photo.
Okay, I see.
I can't think of her name. I can't think of her fucking name. She was in that the video we watched too. Damn it.
No, that was not her. The one in the video, the one that came before Kanye West, she's just the influencer that became famous for stupid stuff.
Oh, that's better. That's the best.
Her name is Wow Vicky.
So that's kind of interesting. Influencers getting famous. I mean, we haven't hit 1,000 followers yet, but okay. Then you got who else? Looks like Meg Griffin in the bottom left there of the photo. Then when we jump down to the bottom one, you see all these devil horns being promoted, and you got, of course, good old Baphomet there. You got Eminem next to it. You got who's the boy that was passed around by P Diddy?
Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber, thank you. You got George Bush next to him, more Eminem. You got fucking good old Hillary in there. You got Obama underneath her. You got the fucking Pope in the bottom left, dude. Unbelievable. What the fuck, a Pope? Why would let me ask you, if you were the Pope, would you ever put up devil horns?
No.
Right? Like, that should be the one
hold
thing.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a thing. Was he Italian? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think that one was Jewish. Or his mother was
Because
Jewish or something.
in Italian culture, if you go like that with the horns, especially not with the finger underneath.
Okay, so it negates what you're saying, but go on.
No. Like the way he's doing it. No. It's because like AC/DC did it with the horns. Like you see the guy with the red cap.
Yeah.
That he has like his finger like. So if you do it with your thumb open
inside,
that means like bad juju away. Like that has been a thing for decades and decades and decades in Italian culture.
Okay, well,
it's like
do some research on that Pope, and then you might change your mind.
No, I no, but I'm just telling you that there's different because there's stuff that gets appropriate by dumb stuff like this, like that, like not the one that Eminem is doing, of course, and like.
So you're saying that Obama is good there, and
I'm
Hillary
telling you
is good there.
That means
but
something
Bush
else.
is evil.
No, obviously not them. They're probably doing it for other reasons. Like I said, they probably appropriate stuff. It's like everything, my man. Like the word. Like,
so would you say that
like the Nazi symbol? The Nazi symbol. Like I'm going after you now. The Nazi symbol. It was not meant to be a bad.
Me.
The swastika was never.
What you have to do is the swastika was inverted supposedly and made evil, and
but that's what I'm saying.
So the joke.
They do stuff.
Do you want to know the joke about the fucking swastika? Right. So the swastika is torsion physics. That spinning around like that is a torsion, like a vacuum kind of a thing, which actually promotes energy. That's what I've seen, heard, and that's why they demonized it, so people can't use it in a regular, so that way we can't get to some type of free energy kind of a thing. I've heard that. I don't know how factual, because I don't have the research nor the lab to actually create it. But yeah, so would you probably agree, though, that most of these people in the bottom left picture are doing Satanism?
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. I'm just trying to say that they appropriate stuff that once was not. It meant something else. That's what I was trying to say.
I know. They make things evil that were actually good, and they make it evil because it would actually benefit the society. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So let's go to the all-seeing eye and the 666 on the right, which really makes me sad because I really like Leo DiCaprio. I really like Harrison Ford. I really like Johnny Depp. I heard about Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber can go. I feel bad for the kid. Because
I thought you were going to say you like Kevin Spacey, and I'm like, oh, be careful.
Honestly, he was a great actor. He really was.
A good actor.
He really was. But there's something else, though, honestly, and we won't get there until we get to the MK Ultra stuff with the butterflies and the having other demons inside you and this kind of thing. But are these actors really good because they're using their demon forces, because they've had their brain MK Ultra to have a demon come in and actually act for them? Throwing it out there. But you never know, man. But yeah, a lot of those actors, I mean, honestly, I feel bad for who was Granger? Hermione Granger. What was her name?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, from Harry Potter. The girl from Harry
No.
Potter.
I know.
Okay, Eddie doesn't know. I forget her name too.
Yeah,
But the Hermione Granger down there, I feel like she was probably put into it
never
because
watched the entire Harry Potter movie, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Probably should, but okay. All
Eh,
right. Yeah,
I'm not big into
Eddie's all
witchcraft.
about Jesus. He's all about Jesus Christ. He doesn't want to deal with Satanism and witchcraft and all of that. So, but yeah, very weird that all these guys. And you know what the weird thing is? So, you know, for some of the stuff on the left here, these are all covers on a fucking magazine, right? So especially like the top and then the ones on the right. Could you imagine being a photographer and having some asshole put his fucking fingers over his eye and then the 3 on the side and be like, no, take a real picture. You know what I mean? Like that's what he was mentioning, and the whole thing is like, it's not like they just got out of the shower and like, oh no, oh my god, take a picture of me. No, these are literally paid for photos. And there's no reason that they should represent themselves in this way. Why not just have a smiley photo? Like, don't you remember getting photos taken when you were growing up? Like, take a smile. Yeah, smile, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this good? Like, that's it. Unbelievable. Next one. Even more guys doing the 666. Our beloved woman of the year, how many years running, Oprah, has her 666 hand sign, which is cool. I think that's Rihanna maybe next to her, and then Michael Jackson, and then I don't know that guy's name, but I think Mark Anthony maybe, is that his name?
Oh my god! Hold on, I'm just gonna go through the list because this is upsetting. It's Oprah, it's
Okay.
Beyonce, Michael Jackson, it's Drake, it's Drake.
Okay.
I
That's
have
the
no
Beatles
idea who that
member.
guy.
You're good. Why is it
Bush
upsetting for you?
Washington.
Because I missed one guy.
No, you did it in the last one too. Bush Washington. Is that Nixon? No, who's that? The guy next to Bush.
How is it upsetting for you and not able to be upsetting for me? Because that's Ronald Reagan's
Well,
son.
because I was raised in Mexico.
Okay.
Obama. Besides
I forget
politics.
that gentleman, politicians, yeah. And then there's, I don't know that guy either. Bill Clinton, obviously, that's another. I think that was a part of the Bill Clinton genre. I don't know that guy next to it. I don't know the guy next to that.
No, so the little two small ones, I know I think that looks like Jacob. What's his face? Jacob. Hold on, let me look it up.
So you want to know something funny about you mentioning how they use things to make things bad?
Yeah.
That's supposed to mean okay.
Grinberg. He was Mexican. I think that guy his name is Jacob Greenberg, and he was like he just disappeared one day.
Shocker.
I think
he probably spoke too much about the Brotherhood.
Yeah, who knows? But I don't know. It seems like it from afar.
And I think the next 3 are all just like priests or like church guys, because there was a whole article that I saw about like, are your priests giving you these hidden messages? Which, I mean, you never know. Why don't you go ahead and go through the right, because I don't know much about basketball.
Okay, so it's LeBron, Michael Jordan, Shaq. I don't know. I really can't see those two pictures that well.
What does it say? Paul Gasol?
Oh, okay. Paul Gasol. So it is him. Okay. I was gonna say it's him, but I didn't. The next one I really can't see because he's like super small. This
Eddie's looking on a small laptop. I got a 70-inch TV I'm looking at, so this isn't that far.
No. I have my display, but still, like he's very small.
Okay.
Trae Young. There's a bunch of them.
They're very famous.
I love how they put LeBron James twice. One when he was older, one when he was younger. Another one when he's older.
Well, that's a good point, though, because that means that he's continuing the tradition.
Yeah, and double Shaq.
They got the same picture of that one guy, though.
Double Shaq. What's his name right now? He's very famous from the Rockets. Why can I not remember his name?
I want to say.
Oh, where's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
I guarantee you, if you Google search it, you will find him. I didn't pick every NBA star, Eddie. Okay, these are just just people put these together.
No, but I'm just reading at the names, and I'm surprised that he's in it. Kevin Garnett. I see Kevin Garnett.
And Larry Bird there from the Celtics, right?
Yeah, Larry Bird. Yes, that's crazy.
Isn't it nuts that all these basketball players are fucking Freemasons?
Let me tell you this. And then you see that guy that you put at the end.
I didn't make this. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, so on the right bottom, the last guy, he was not so much of a big basketball player. Like, he was okay, but he got like a big breakout because Adam Sandler made a movie that was called Hustle, and he was a starting basketball player in that.
Oh, I wonder if that's why he has the all-seeing eye on his shoulder there.
Who knows? But yeah, that's how he got. He was okay. Like, obviously, to be an NBA player, you got to be somewhat skillful. Well, very skillful
to a point.
But yeah, he was not so much of like a huge renowned name in basketball.
Okay.
But that movie, just
rocketed him forward.
Yeah, but not in basketball. Like, he was not that good in basketball. But I mean,
he just got a bunch of more monies.
Yeah, because of that movie.
No, makes sense. All right, so on to the next then. Here we go. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you see on this page?
Well,
just tell me all of it. Tell me all of it, because it'll be quick. It'll be quick. It's all like
Trump,
it's
Musk.
the Beatles on the bottom right, so that should be the only people that you don't know.
Trump, Elon Musk, Andrew Tate.
Yep. And they're all doing what symbol?
The triangle upside down.
That's that pendulum thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then when we go to the right, you can see it spelled out there, 666. That's our good old gentleman.
Yeah.
And the Masonic hidden hand symbol. What this sign really means is that the Mason is under the control of the devil and obeys his orders. I don't know if that probably is. Sign of the master of the second veil. So if they're the second veil, that means that they've lifted more than one veil, right? Which means that maybe they are towards their demonic thing. Good question, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and those are the Beatles. So onto which was a fucking craze for everybody. And then here, why don't you go ahead and tell me who you see here while I get another drink.
Well, it's just a bunch of it's the same.
These are all the music artists doing it, right?
Like all of them.
These are like all the famous music artists. There's Jared Leto down there. I think I saw.
Oh, there's even a Mexican on the
you're excited.
The right left. His name is Luis Miguel. He's like I'm not too huge into his music. It's like more like for I don't know how to say it, like
teeny boppers.
Kind of, but it's like more like, oh, I'm high society. I only listen to him. Like, you know what I mean?
What?
Like, no. Like, how can I say it? Like,
because
rich,
they're 33rd degree Masons.
Yeah. Well, who knows? But yeah, Luis Miguel. Yeah. So there's a bunch, but there's another thing too. Like in a bunch of music videos, they have a bunch of symbolism where they have the black and white tiles.
So you got in a lot of them, and a lot of them will even alternate that too, to where like if it's too obvious, they'll make it like red and black. And
that's
so
the thing. I was about to
switch it around.
It's either that or they have like everybody's dressed in black and whoever's like breaking out. Like let's say the next upcoming star, he's wearing red.
Yep.
So yeah.
And think about all the devil shit you've seen though in the last couple of years with like the Super Bowls and opening ceremonies to all these fucking Olympics seem to be more and more demonic every year. It's just insane how much demon shit they're putting in our face all the time. But we don't see it. We go, oh, that was a great opening, wasn't it? Ooh, it was good. I liked the satanic fucking pentagram in the middle there. That was good. It was on fire too. It's like, oh, really? You like that? Okay, you didn't realize symbolism, how fucking evil it is? Okay. Which leads me to, and I've got a video that's in the description that actually is from Mind Unveiled. And Mind Unveiled is actually really good. I like him a lot. But it's a 38-minute video, and it talks about how these movies potentially are for our like initiation. So like they show us all the signs and symbols, and if we because we watched it and didn't like say no or disagree with any of it, we accepted it all. Interesting to think about it that way, because you watch a music video, you might be initiated into this group now. Unbeknownst to you, because you witnessed the ritual or the ceremony. The other thing that's weird is all the black goo shit, but like you see all this shit, and it might be bringing you into this society that you didn't want to be a part of, but because you didn't go against it, you're now in it, and they're going to keep feeding you more of the shit, which might be the reason why everything's gotten weirder over the years.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, there's definitely something to that. Like, it resonates with me, man. There is something to that. So yeah, again, link is in the description. I didn't put it in here because, like, I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, okay, well, I could put the first like 12 minutes and then cut out 20 minutes and then put the last 8 minutes. But that like 20 minutes that I would cut out is him going through all the research and shit, and it's like, I don't want to cheapen the video. So I will have it in the description so you guys can watch it in its full, so that way it doesn't cheapen any of it. But no, take a look at that. Take a look at his channel too. Again, I will throw out Call for an Uprising. You'll like him a lot. But no, all these fucking celebrities are a part of the group, and that's why they get promoted. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the long and the short. It's weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
These are all fucking covers of fucking magazines. Like, why would you do this? Why would you have, like, Jennifer Connelly there? This is, like, in the middle, bottom left, underneath the Illuminati thing. Like, she's very pretty. Like, you just let her have just a normal fucking photo. No? Okay. Let's fucking cover her eye and half her face. Okay. That makes sense. Dumb. It's all fucking dumb. Oh, Tom Brady over there to the left, too. Shocker. They call him the GOAT. Which, if you haven't seen Baphomet, isn't he a goat head?
He is the GOAT.
Well, no, he is, but that's the thing. They've made that phrase, so now you're talking about goats all the time. Couldn't you just say that he's the greatest? Or the best? Why do you have to call him a goat?
Because he's the GOAT.
Because of Baphomet, brother.
Joking.
That's literally what it is, though. Like, that's the joke. Baphomet is a goat with breasts and a penis. That is what Baphomet is, okay? So if we want to, like, stop and think about it for a second, it's like, oh, so hermaphrodites. And, like, the whole thing is fucking weird, dude. The whole thing is fucking weird. So yeah, any questions for the next? I think it's a picture. I think it's a picture or a video. One of the two. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. This world. Yeah, okay, this is a video. Thank goodness. All right, and this is our guy. This here's what I was mentioning in the beginning, where it talks about like the connection to weirder things, right? So you'll like this guy a lot. The one thing that he says amen a lot, okay? Because he's a born-again Christian. He says amen a lot. And from what I have uncovered is that amen is short for Amun-Ra, which was the sun god back in Egypt time. So, just as an FYI, throwing it out there, it might be what he's saying. But, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, it's weird. You at the end of this, you can be like, yeah, that is weird. Okay, all right, let's go.
Folks, I am here tonight because I am a great believer in the fact that we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony. And that's why I want to begin by sharing with you very briefly my testimony of how I came through a great deal of darkness into the light of Jesus Christ. Then we're going to try and get into our material. We have a tremendous amount to talk about here tonight and to cover. And I just ask for your patience and your prayers as we try to steam through this. I started out wanting to serve God in the worst possible way. And for the first 30 years of my life, that's exactly what I did. I was raised in a very religious home, but I didn't know Jesus Christ from a doorknob. I didn't know much about the Bible. I wanted to get into the ministry, which in my case was through the Roman Catholic Church. That's what I was raised in. And I knew very little about the Bible, and I wanted to be a priest. When I got to college, however, I had my plans somewhat derailed by two forces that were very strong at that time. This was the time of the Vatican Council, Second Vatican Council, when a lot of ferment was taking place in the Catholic Church. A lot of my professors were telling me that the Bible wasn't really true. What little I knew about the Bible was false, that Moses didn't really part the Red Sea, that Adam and Eve never really existed, that Jesus didn't really rise from the dead. What did that leave me? You know, here I was going to be a priest, and I didn't know what to believe in. The other thing that happened, two convergent forces, is I had some professors that today would have been called New Agers. Back then, the word wasn't even heard of. And they played on a doctrine that's part of Catholic theology. And this doctrine is the idea that the priest is another Christ. And when you go up on the altar and you confect the sacrament of the Eucharist, as it's called, which means you turn the bread and wine literally into the body and blood of Jesus, you are acting literally as another Christ. And they told me, these particular professors, if I wanted to do that, if I wanted to be another Christ, I had to do the same things that Jesus did to attain that exalted state. See, they did not believe that Jesus was God Almighty. They believed he was a kind of ascended master, and that he had learned how to do all of these things by going and studying under gurus in the Far East and studying under the Magi of Egypt. And some of you may have heard about this, either from bookstores or TV shows, the lost years of Jesus.
Yeah, which
now
you
here
did.
I was 18, 19 years old. I was being told this stuff by people who had PhDs, THDs, DDs, you know, all that stuff behind their name, you know, Roman collars on. What was I supposed to think? So I believed in them. I began studying the occult because I thought this was a way that I would become more Christ-like. See the sinister logic behind this? Amen? And when you don't have, see, that's the problem. When you don't have an objective standard of truth to measure anything with, it's like having a rubber ruler, amen? You can take a ruler, and if it stretches, you can make an inch this long, you know? And that's what these people were doing. That's why this is called the canon of Scripture. Canon in Greek means ruler or measuring stick. This is our measuring stick for truth, but I didn't understand that at that time. So what happened was I fell into this. And by the time I got through most of my college years, I had realized that the most efficient way, the most powerful way to acquire occult knowledge was in fact to become a witch. Now, that might seem a pretty broad jump from being a candidate for the ministry to becoming a witch, but that's what I did. And so by the time I got out of college, I had written The King of the Witches, Alex Sanders over in London, and he had directed me to a coven that was in Plymouth, Massachusetts. All this was taking place, I should explain, in Iowa, of all places. I mean, what a place to find witches, you know, right in the heartland. But let me tell you, you can find witches anywhere nowadays.
Yeah,
and so by the time I got out of college, some of you already saw this, but this is what I ended up looking like. I was quite a freak. In fact, somebody on the tour this time said I looked like Jerry Garcia, which I don't know if that was a compliment or not. But as you can see, I had a lot more hair in those days. Anyway, I went out and I took a leave of absence from my seminary duties, and I went and taught high school for a couple of years and met my wife. She also had a profound interest in witchcraft and the occult, had been studying it for some time, and so we ended up getting together. And we found that there was a fellow who was the Grand Master Druid of all North America down in Arkansas. And he lived out in the country. You find that amusing, don't you?
It's not a supreme.
We're going to be talking more about Arkansas before the evening is over, believe me. Anyway,
Arkansas's bad.
He lived in a little tiny, well, actually he lived out in the country near a little tiny town called Hattieville, Arkansas. And from there he ran a huge network of druids all over the United States. And he saw some promise, quote unquote, in my wife and I, and offered us to come down and study directly under him to become high priest and high priestess of the druids. So that's what we did. We went down and spent 3 months in the summertime studying under this man and learning all the mysteries of the 5 points of the pentagram, all the mysteries of hermetics and mental magic and natural medicine and all sorts of stuff. While you're down there, one thing that bears reporting, because it bears directly on some things we're going to speak about later on this evening, is that we'd sit on a park bench, or a picnic table rather, under the stars every night, and we would learn about these occult mysteries. And almost every night, over the mountain that we were living on, we'd see a UFO hovering that was quite plain as day, and looked like a long cigar-shaped thing with lights around it, and was as clear to me. It looked about the size of a baseball held at arm's length. And we'd always ask him, "What is that?" And he would never tell us, because I already had an abiding interest in UFOs, which had started when I was even a teenager. I was involved with NICAP, which is the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. It's now, I don't think it's functioning anymore, but at that time it was one of the 2 more reputable flying saucer groups in the country. So anyway, we got ordained as high priest and high priestess, and we were married for time and all eternity by a witch hand fasting in Zion State Park over in Zion, Illinois, which is just north of Chicago, in a magic circle with 200 witches standing around us, a huge circle with all of them dressed in black and a big bonfire in the center. And after that, we went out on our way to spread the gospel of witchcraft. However, a funny thing began to happen. We went from city to city. We finally found that the best place to be was in Milwaukee, because there we had 90 students in advance lined up who wanted to learn witchcraft. This was in the mid-'70s. And so what happened was, we settled there and we began to set up regular classes and covens. Before we knew it, though, new things began to come on the horizon. Both some of my friends who were witches, in fact, the guy who owned the occult bookstore in town, and also some of my spirit guides, because I was also a trance medium, or what today would call a channeler. I'd been ordained as a spiritualist minister and trained in that. Began to tell us that if we really wanted to understand the deep parts of witchcraft, we need to get involved in Satanism. We need to read the Satanic Bible. And so I bought a copy and looked that over, and it was very, very interesting. I agreed with much of it, which would have astonished me just a few years earlier when I'd begun my occult studies. And see, this is how Satan does things. He gradually introduces you to ever more and more bizarre doctrines.
Think of all the
until
videos,
all of a sudden you're overwhelmed. Well, I joined the Church of Satan, and soon after that, I ended up getting the 2nd degree in the Church of Satan, which is called Warlock. This is the certificate, excuse me, that you will see. This is also in a couple of my books. It's reproduced. You'll notice down at the bottom here, I even got Anton LaVey's autograph. Isn't that wonderful?
Church of Satan.
Anyway, I want to just point out a couple of things here. Notice that it says the Church of Satan, having, passed before the Council of 9, Order of the Trapezoid. Now remember that. That's going to be significant later. Also, I should explain that I had legally changed my name, because Christopher Pendragon's sin was much more numerologically powerful than William Schnoebelen. Plus, it sounded a lot more dramatic, don't you think? I was a Reverend Dr. Sin. Doesn't that sound like a character on a TV show or a soap opera or something? Anyway, so that was what was happening. So we began to work in Satanism, and I learned that Anton LaVey, and this may astonish some of you, but Anton LaVey's brand of Satanism is like kid stuff. It's entry-level Satanism, so to speak, because it's used primarily to draw people into the darker stuff. And it's very evil, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not like it's a Sunday school picnic or anything, but compared to the real serious Satanism, it's totally, totally harmless, relatively speaking. In order to get into that, though, there was something very important I had to do. I had to become a Freemason. Because you can't get involved in Satanism on the hardcore level without first being a Freemason. And so I found someone, I was sponsored into the Masons, and I became a first, second, third degree Mason. I went through the York Rite. I went through the Shrine. In fact, this is my my little shrine portrait here. As you can see by this time, I'd kind of shed some of my hippie appearance. I just shudder every time I see that thing. But this is just kind of by way of documentation that I really was involved in these things. That was my official shrine portrait, which they took as part of my initiation. Then soon after that, I went through the Scottish Rite as well, so I basically covered all the branches of Masonry that there are to do. And then I went even beyond that. But this is my certificate as a sublime prince of the royal secret. That's the title,
so
32nd degree Mason. See, Masons love big sounding titles. I mean, they just think that's the greatest thing. You know, they have titles like perfect master, most perfect master, perfect excellent master,
supreme excellent.
I mean, you know, like these people have a self-esteem problem, right? Anyway, there's a couple things I just want you to notice about this, and I'll come back to it later. You'll notice the all-seeing eye up there, and you'll notice the motto, Ordo Ab Chao. And we'll talk more about those later. So once I went through all of that, I was worthy. I was ready to become involved in hardcore Satanism. What did that mean? Well, that meant I had to sell my soul to the devil. I didn't know that the devil already had it. Amen. This is a little ceremony that the devil likes to do, and I had to sign my name on the contract in blood. I had to sign my name in the black book. The deal was that I got 7 years in which the devil would give me anything I wanted. He'd given me wine, women, song, dope, power, you name it, I'd have it. Then at the end of those 7 years, he got to kill me and take me to hell. What a deal. Anybody want to sign up?
Right.
Yeah, you see, you got to understand something. The satanic doctrine here is that hell is not what we believe it is, or what the Bible teaches it is. The satanic doctrine is that hell is this incredible party. It's like a nonstop, all-eternity orgy. So you're smoking dope, you're fornicating your brains out, you're listening to rock and roll through all eternity. And it's party-hardy time, whereas we were told that heaven was a place where losers that couldn't stand the dark, violent ecstasies of hell would just sit up there and strum on a dang harp for all eternity and just be bored, silly. So, bad scene. We thought hell was better. So this was how deceived I became. I went out and I got more and more involved in these various things. I signed up more people to sell their souls to the devil. I'm ashamed to say that now. But continually this was happening. And essentially, the next thing that happened, before I could get onto the priesthood of Satanism, excuse me, I had to get 7 people to sell their souls to the devil. The other thing I had to do, and this might astonish some of you, is I had to become a Catholic priest. I had to go back to my original vocation, because you cannot be a satanic priest unless, first of all, you're a Catholic priest. And if that surprises you, I just suggest that you go and you read some of the medieval literature.
Look at all the scandals, too.
You'll see that that is in fact the case. Okay, so fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, I had discovered a bishop of the old Catholic Church in the city of Milwaukee who was more than willing to ordain me as a priest in exchange for me making him a witch priest. It was sort of a quid pro quo thing, kind of like what's going on at the White House these days. Except I never got to sleep in a Lincoln bedroom. But anyhow, what happened was, I got consecrated a Catholic priest, and then later on I got involved with the patriarch of the Gnostic Catholic Church down in Chicago, and this is my certificate, being ordained, consecrated as a bishop in the Gnostic Catholic Church. And you'll notice a couple of other things that might be important here. One is that you'll notice that this is the ancient and primitive rite of Memphis and Mizraim. Now, this is in French, and I apologize for that. The certificate is in my book, Lucifer Dethroned, if you want to see it and try and translate it. Now, the rite of Memphis and Mizraim is the rite of Masonry that a lot of Masons aren't aware even exists. And this rite has 97 degrees. And I was raised to the 90th degree within that. If you'll notice down here it says I was given the title of Grand Master of the Order of the Temple. That's 90th degree. And at the same time, I was made the auxiliary bishop of Milwaukee of the Gnostic Catholic Church. So I was just all set, man. I was loaded for bear. I mean, I had all these powerful initiations, and I understood all these powerful experiences. And this basically took me over what is called the abyss. Now, that's an occult term, and I don't have time to explain entirely what it means, except once you get over the abyss in occult progress, in ceremonial magic, you transcend good and evil. You become beyond such mundane considerations as good and evil. You're beyond morality, and you become essentially a god living on the earth, walking, and you basically look at human beings as if they were cattle.
That's how they view us.
And so at this point, I made a choice. I was asked to make a choice, because to move through what is called 8th degree within this particular system, I had to choose to either study lycanthropy or else vampirism. What happened is that every year I sent a check to the Church of Satan, my tithe to hell, so to speak. And when I got a check back from the bank during this period of my life, some lady at the bank had written on the check, "I'll be praying for you in the name of Jesus." Praise the Lord. Anyway, what happened was, I just laughed, because at this time I was so screwed up, I thought Jesus was a vampire. And I just tossed the check in the file and forgot about it. But you know what happened? Within literally a day or two, my whole life fell apart around me. Within a day or two, I lost all my magical power. I lost all my vampiric power. I lost my job. I got sick as a dog. My wife even got sick. My whole life, it was like I was falling down face into the gutter. And I didn't know what was going on. I never connected the two, because my ego was so great. I mean, understand something here. I was probably one of the most powerful warlocks on the west coast of Lake Michigan. And yet one praying Christian lady took me off at the kneecaps. That is the power of prayer. Amen? Yes. And I want to encourage you people, because if you're praying for someone, and I don't think there's too many people around that are as bound up in evil as I was. I mean, they're out there, but there aren't that many of them. And if you're praying for someone, be encouraged, because that is the power of prayer. And especially if you understand how to pray and bind the deceitful spirits that Satan has around that person, and to loose the spirits of truth into that person's heart. There's not much hope that person isn't going to get right with the Lord sooner or later. It took me about 5 or 6 years, but I finally got saved. So anyhow, I was in this dire strait. I didn't know what to do. I cried out to Lucifer for a sign. And because I was supposed to have all this great stuff happening to me, and instead my entire life was a shambles. And I said, "What's going on here?" I cried out for some kind of sign, and within a couple of days, Mormon missionaries knocked at our door. And the funny thing about that, now that might seem, well, that's interesting, but what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Well, I'll tell you. What happens there is that I had been told many years earlier by this Grand Druid fellow down in Arkansas that if I ever got in really deep spiritual trouble, what I needed to do was join the Mormon Church, because the Mormon Church had been started by witches, for the express purpose of giving people a place for people like me to hide out and appear to be nice, conservative, white bread Republican Christians, even though we secretly believed all the same things that witches believed. Now that might surprise you, but believe it or not, there's plenty of documentary evidence. We go into some of it in our book on the back table called Mormonism's Temple of Doom, that proves that Joseph Smith was in fact a warlock, the founder of the Mormon Church, and most of the early church leaders were deeply involved in sorcery. So anyway, we got into the church, we joined it, they loved us, we went through the ranks, I became an Elders Quorum president, we went to the temple. We had been told by this druid that it would be a profoundly occult experience, and guess what? He was right. It was the high point of our occult life. We really thought we were on the right track here, because we were part of this huge, powerful, wealthy church, and yet we were still serving Lucifer. It was like the best of both worlds. In fact, we had a meeting about 2 days after we were sealed with Elder Faust, who at that time was one of the 12 apostles. I think he was the low man on a totem pole. That's like the ruling hierarchy of the entire Mormon Church internationally. We got in there because we knew certain signs and words and tokens. And he told us, after a lengthy interview, he bore us his solemn testimony that Lucifer was in fact the god of the Mormon temple. So, you know, we knew we were on the right track. Now, what's interesting about all this is I thought I had it made, but God had other ideas. And even though I was in a church where a lot of false doctrine was taught, you know, I say this, I say if God can use a donkey to preach, he can use the Mormon church to get somebody saved, amen? Understand this, this was the first time in my life that I had ever tried to be good. Think about it. I mean, if you're a Satanist, you don't worry about being good. In fact, if you go through a day without breaking one of the 10 commandments, you think you've had a bad day. But now, because I hope you all understand, Mormons are by and large very nice people. They try to live the commandments. They try to be good Christians. Of course, I hope you understand you can't try to be a Christian any more than living in a garage makes you a Cadillac, amen? You just have to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, which Mormons are forbidden to have, and that's what does it. So I was trying very hard, and I was struggling, and I knew there was something missing. And then the more, you see, again, God can turn things that are even evil into good. They called me to teach a class in the New Testament. And so even though I'd already had a master's degree in theology from the Catholic Church, I never read the New Testament. I never read the Paul's epistles. And for the first time in my life, I actually sat down and read the King James Bible, that's what the Mormons use, and I found out what was in the book of Romans. I found out what was in the book of Galatians. And I realized that there was no way that Paul could have been a Mormon. Amen? It just didn't work. I realized that I was a sinner and that I needed salvation. And with a lot, it probably took me about 6 months of really studying and praying and fasting and doing all the things that Mormons are supposed to do when they're faced with a profound spiritual decision. But finally, and believe me, I'm giving you the short version here, finally, on June 22nd, 1984, I decided I'd tried everything else, I might as well try this, and I took off my magic Mormon underwear because I didn't want any static on the line, amen. I knelt down at the foot of my bed, and I prayed the sinner's prayer, and I gave my life to Jesus Christ. Praise God. Hallelujah. Amen. Thank you, Lord Jesus. So that's the short version. If you want the full-length mini-series version, I'd suggest you check out Lucifer Dethroned out there because it has the whole story. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that because I wanted you to see that I know a lot about what I'm about to speak. I am not an outsider. I was involved in this stuff. I was in it for 16 years, not counting the 20 or so years where I was just simply a devout Catholic. And so this is stuff that's right from the horse's mouth, or maybe the devil's mouth, as the case might be. Right. And I want to talk now about what's involved in this conspiracy. It may surprise some of you, maybe not, because I know we have a well-informed bunch here tonight, amen. It may surprise some of you that if you had to put a name to the conspiracy that's come down to us through the ages, that some call the Illuminati, some other people call it other things, but I think if you boil it down to its purest, simplest form, you would identify it essentially as Freemasonry. Now that might surprise some of you. But understand that Masonry has been around a long, long time. It may not have always been called Freemasonry, but Masons itself brag about the fact that their first Mason was Tubal-Cain. Now, Tubal-Cain, if you know your Bible, was the seventh man from Adam by way of Cain, and he was the guy that invented metalworking. And he is supposedly the first Mason. Now, that's pretty far back to start a conspiracy. Then, of course, you have the flood. After the flood, the Masons say that the first Mason was Nimrod. Now, of course, we all know who Nimrod was. He's the guy that helped build the Tower of Babel. That's pretty good Masonry, amen? And he was the person who basically had the idea for a one-world government. He wanted to start a United Nations. And he had all these great ideas, you know, one-world government, all this kind of stuff, New World Order. And God had other ideas. And God came down and he cast confusion and changed the languages of the people. So they went and scattered abroad on the earth. That basically tells us what God thinks about the United Nations, amen?
Fucking A, man.
So anyway, this caused the conspiracy to go underground. And for centuries it existed in various forms. And if you look in the books, the literature of Masonry, you will find that Masonry says it is the direct linear descendant from the ancient mystery religions, from the ancient fertility cults. Now what does that mean? That sounds sort of exciting and mysterious and exotic. Well, the ancient fertility cults were cults that revolved around human and animal reproduction. I'm sorry to be blunt, but that's what they mean. It's Baal worship, essentially. If you study the worship of Baal in the Bible, you've got all these false gods like Molech and Baal and Chemosh and some of these others. All of them, their rites involve sexuality. And that's the same thing that Masonry is. That's why the god of Masonry is the phallus. That's why you have Masonic monuments like the Washington Monument that look like a giant phallic symbol. It's that simple. So this is the conspiracy. And it may have been called many names, like, for example, before the time of Christ, Masonry was called the Dionysian Artificers. Later on, it was called the Gnostics, and we'll look at this more in detail in a couple of minutes. But I just want you to realize that even though it was called many things, just like the church, down through the centuries, the church, the true church of Jesus Christ, had many different names, but it was the same basic thing. Well, it's the same thing with the devil's church, if you will.
So that kind of throws another curveball at it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Like, you have to be a Mason to become a devil worshiper? Or become a fucking...
That's the only way.
Dude. But you know what, though? What's funny is you see all these famous people, and then you see all the shit that they've done, and you see all with the Epstein files, with all the shit that's going on right now. It's like, I can't see a reality where these creepy fuck Hollywood fucks and politicians and all these wealthy billionaires doing all these weird fucking things aren't following Satan or demonic things. You know what I mean?
Baggage.
Like, I feel like it's a perfect link.
Yeah. I just like, it's like, it seems like they go hand to hand.
Right? Like, and also the whole thing of which, again, we'll get into further things with the MK Ultra that we're going to go into, because we got that. Once we get to the M's, we'll get into MK Ultra. So, and I got a bunch of things I've already planned for that too. But like, this whole thing's weird, man. You know, like they say, the reality's weirder than fiction. Do you know, I think they're right with everything. Like, everything we've seen so far, reality has been weirder than fiction.
And it's always been that way.
Yeah. Like, why is it so much weirder than these crazy, like, you see some of the weirdest, craziest, fucked up movies ever, and you're like, nah, the reality is worse. It's like, what do you mean? How? How is it worse than this? It's like, no, it is. It's like, oh, okay. Great. I'm glad we're in reality. Yikes. Ah, what a weird fucking thing, right? You never heard any of this shit, right?
No. I didn't know that to be satanic, or like, you have to be a Freemason. I did not know
I
that.
didn't know that either. And I also, all you hear about is 33 degrees. You don't hear about 97. Didn't he say 97?
I don't know. I don't think so. Did he?
He said 90 something. He was like the 90th degree or something when in that picture that he put up. But regardless, so it goes beyond 33. Okay, that's fucked. Like, no one knows about that. And then also, here's the other thing too. Like, if you had billions of dollars, you can pretty much do whatever.
That's the thing. I just think it gets to a point where you just have so much money that you just start doing shit to see what you can get away with.
Yeah, and that's actually kinda feeds us perfectly into the Gemstone Files. So this here you'll see on the left there, I told AI to put like strings attaching to the main guy, and then I put Aristotle Onassis there in the photo, but I think it's similar to him. It kind of made his nose bigger, but whatever. But this here is the Gemstone Files, which the only thing I've seen access to is actually the skeleton key, which was I forget the lady's name. Hang on, I can probably find it real quick. Because the skeleton key was the lady that read them all, or read most of them, and then made the skeleton key, which is like kind of just like a breakdown of everything that came out, because the actual Gemstone Files were like 1,000 pages or more of all these conspiracies that were going on, which you know nothing about, right?
Yeah, this I'm going like in the dark.
Okay. Do you like our smiles?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, I'm just curious. I actually like this photo. This is the one I picked. So so
Yeah, no, it's a normal picture.
well, I put us in a writer room. I had the typewriter in the back, so that way it looks like we typed it up. And then it says skeleton key and then a ruby, which is a gem, obviously. And so that's why it's a skeleton key of the Gemstone Files, right? It's cute. And then Scorpios Island. So let me ask you a question. If you hadn't seen me in like 20 years, and I told you that I had purchased an island, and I called it Scorpios Island, and I amassed billions of dollars, would you think I was a Bond villain?
Not really.
No, you'd be like, oh, good for you. All right. When can I come by?
Yeah. Shit, fuck it.
Okay, because you know me though. So say you didn't know me like you do. So okay, so say you some random person you know 10 years later has an island, and so say they were like a bag or a jewel or something, right? Like, okay, so they're making like minimum wage every year, and then 10 years later they have an island that they own.
They won the lottery.
And they okay, so stop throwing like mainstream shit at it, bro. Like, come on. So okay, regardless. All right, so Aristotle Onassis owned Scorpios Island. He was a Greek, like oil magnate.
He probably had a good restaurant or something.
Oh, I actually love Greek breakfast restaurants. Those are the
yeah,
best.
they're so great.
They are the best. I'm not gonna lie, Greek breakfast places are always going to be your best for amount of food you get, for the price you get. It's just in general, and service is normally pretty good too. Right, and quality is good. Like they actually cook the eggs fully. Like, it's good. What a concept. But yeah, so you know nothing about gemstones. So let me read. I know nothing really about this either. So I'm going to read the first paragraph. Yeah, just the first paragraph. Second paragraph is kind of long. And then the last two paragraphs in the alert level. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. This should give you a little bit of info, but once we get to the video, you'll be like, oh, this is weirder. All right. So the Gemstone File. The Gemstone File is the granddaddy of the meta conspiracy. Redefining 20th century history as a vast plot to take over America. Along the way, its tentacles pull in everybody from JFK to Howard Hughes to Aristotle Onassis. That's the guy, the Greek guy. The villain of the piece. The Gemstone Files' impact on popular culture can be seen in movies and TV shows, from Oliver Stone's JFK to Chris Carter's The X-Files. Damn it. It's a long paragraph. Let me just fucking read it. All right, so I'm going to read the second paragraph too. The Gemstone Files first surfaced in the Bay Area of San Francisco in 1969 when Bruce Roberts claimed to have had his method of synthesized rubies, gemstones, stolen by Howard Hughes Corporation. When Roberts investigated the theft, he stumbled upon a mega conspiracy and wrote up his investigation in the form of letters, which he sent to various parties. One recipient was Californian conspiracy researcher Mae Brussel, who had made a minor name for herself for researching the Kennedy assassination. Although Brussel dismissed Roberts as a crank, because that's how they view all of us, she let freelance journalist Stephanie Caruana, C-A-R-U-A-N-A, Caruana, use the Gemstone File for articles in Playgirl, that's the gay magazine, and other publications in 1970, or, well, I guess women view it too, but women don't really look at porn magazines. Other publications in 1974. Caruana, much impressed by the Gemstone Files, and Roberts himself determined to summarize a Roberts investigation. She called the presses a skeleton key to the Gemstone Files, or files versions vary, and issued 24 photocopies of it, which were passed around the campuses of California. On the page, the key implored, at present, the only way to spread this information here in America is hand to hand, which is what we should probably do too. Your help is needed. Please make 1, 5, 10, 100 copies, or whatever you can, and give them to friends or politicians, groups, media. This game is nearly up. Either the mafia goes or America goes. So that's the first couple paragraphs there in that. And then the last two paragraphs are, and there's literally like 3 more paragraphs. I guess I could just read it, but we're not going to. A skeleton key to the Gemstone File contains whispers of the truth. Onassis was linked to the Kennedys, and Nixon's family was in financial debt to Howard Hughes. However, the key is too riven with inaccuracies to be convincing. Howard Hughes was not buried off Scorpios. That's the island there for Onassis. Onassis is a private island, and his handwriting could not have been faked in 1957 by a computer. I call bullshit on that. President Hoover could not have been murdered by administration of sodium morphate. They say that Hoover was killed off by an apple pie with sodium morphate, which who's to say they didn't? The suppressed history of the Gemstone File is fiction, but for sheer chutzpah and cultural impact, only the protocol of the learned elders of Zion matches a skeleton key to the Gemstone Files in the annals of conspiracy theory. Greek tycoon Onassis heads mafia-like gang which assassinated JFK and RFK. Alert level 1. So he doesn't believe it at all. Just as an FYI, we will actually be going over the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. So that's later on. But then after you actually finish it, they have at least what seems like the pages from the Gemstone File skeleton key, and I read through them and it was actually kind of good, and it kind of seems like it makes sense. So essentially, Eddie, because you don't know what I'm talking about because you didn't read it, is JFK was not assassinated by Oswald, right? And there was like multiple shootings. And the guy that we're going to watch actually has a bunch of interesting videos that go along with that and actually kind of explains who maybe partook in it, which is very interesting. The video we're going to watch is kind of like quick. But yeah, it's very interesting. So it talks about like how the JFK was set up, how RFK was set up, like what they used to kill him, and then there's a few other things in there too, which the issue is that the official story has never been really released by the government. So how are you able to actually like verify? You know what I mean? Like that's the issue we're in. It's like, okay, we got all this information from this, but they haven't come out with any of this shit. So how can we cross-reference it unless we actually go back in fucking time and watch it? Like that's really it. Did you get your time transport set up yet?
Huh?
Did you get your time transport set up yet?
Yeah.
That's the only way we're gonna be able to figure this out, brother.
Yep.
So okay. So then you ready to read a little bit?
Yep, of course.
Okay. I'm gonna make you read left and I'll read right.
Sounds good. All right. Says, what is the Gemstone Files?
Yeah.
The Gemstone File is a famous 1970s conspiracy theory document created by Bruce Porter Roberts and later summarized by Stephanie Curano. It claims to be a collection of documents alleging a vast, interconnected conspiracy behind major world events since the 1950s, including political assassinations and the Watergate scandal, driven by suppressed information. Key aspects of the Gemstone File. Origin, written by Bruce Porter Roberts, with the popular summary, A Skeleton Key to the Gemstone File, written by Stephanie Carana in 1975. Core claims. The text alleges that events like the John F. Kennedy assassination, the hijacked airplanes, and the Watergate break were not isolated, but rather part of a larger conspiracy operated by a hidden cabal. Watergate connection. A key claim is that the Watergate burglary was a botched job related to this larger secret operation and that the CIA was directly involved in sabotaging President Nixon to hide connections to figures like Howard
Hughes.
Nature of the text. It is considered a foundational document in modern conspiracy theories connecting figures such as Aristotle, Onassis, and various intelligence agencies circulated in the counterculture underground press and influenced many subsequent theories regarding deep state activities.
So that's where it's kind of interesting because that last sentence that you read is like the most important of the whole fucking thing. Like the file circulated in the counterculture underground press and influenced many subsequent theories regarding deep state activities. Because when you look at and so just as an FYI, he actually does. This is like the most information you'll get on a topic is when he actually puts someone else's information in his book because it goes from page 130 to 151. So there's literally 21 pages from like the skeleton key. And just to let you know, it's like starts from 1932 and then it goes all, and there is a part in there where it talks about them taking over all the media outfits, which doesn't surprise me that they would take over all the media outfits. But yeah, it goes from 1932 to 1975. That's what's in the actual book here that I'm looking at. I will try to find a link for the skeleton key because you cannot get the original like 1,000 pages that he wrote in the Gemstone Files, which is unfortunate because it's just like everything else that's out there. It's like, well, they don't give you enough information to go through with it. They give you like here's a little bit, not enough though to make, it's like it's a big fucking scam. They control everything. But no, it is very interesting. I would recommend people take a look, especially watch the video that I got. I got 2 videos in my description. One is the short one, one's the long one. And if you watch the short one, you're like, yeah, watch the hour and 50-minute one from the same guy. He does a good job. But yeah, so on the other side is, who was Bruce Porter Roberts? And it's funny. You see that I had to put his full fucking name in there because if you literally type in Bruce Roberts, it's like gives you, oh, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. It's like, stop it. No. And so you have to put Bruce Porter Roberts, and it's like, oh, how about this guy, this guy, this guy? It's like, fucker, no. Bruce Porter Roberts, who wrote the Gemstone Files. It's like I had to spell it entirely out before it gave me an actual answer for it. So you really have to do some research. But yeah, Bruce Porter Roberts was the enigmatic author of the Gemstone Files. Or the Gemstone File, a 1970 conspiracy manuscript alleging that Howard Hughes stole his invention from processing synthetic rubies, known only to researchers Stephanie Caruna and theorist Mae Brussel. Roberts was described by associates Gerald Carroll as being born on October 27, 1919. In New York and passing away from lung cancer, which is kind of a question mark itself, in San Francisco on July 16, 1976. So he wasn't even that old. Key details. So they probably killed him. Key details from Bruce Porter Roberts. The Gemstone Files. Roberts is credited with starting the chain of documents known as the Gemstone File, which circulated in the 1970s, which they gave out to all the local towns and said, or local high school or colleges, and said, hey, make copies. The claim. He claimed Howard Hughes stole his invention, which spurred his investigation into massive conspiracies. It's all connected, Eddie. Background. He was notoriously recluse. He was notoriously recluse, with his identity primarily known through Stephanie Caruna and researcher Mae Brussel. Death. According to Gerald Carroll, who was involved in the narrative, which I was curious how they put that in there that way. Roberts died of lung cancer in San Francisco on July 16, 1976. The authenticity of Roberts' identity and the details of his claims have been subject to intense debate among conspiracy researchers. So that's the thing. He wrote all this shit about possibly what happened, right? Or maybe he knew what happened and actually wrote it down, sent it out to a bunch of people. The issue is that the full documentation was not released as far as what you can find. You can find the skeleton key, which is just like bullet points on this, and that's it. You can't find the actual documentation that he actually wrote, his book that he actually wrote. They fucking scrubbed it. They said, hey, you can read this. And then it threw into, I almost feel like when this came out, I didn't actually look, but you remember the CIA is the one that came up with the conspiracy theorist, right? You've heard that? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have heard that.
Okay, so the CIA came out with that term. So you and I were invented by the CIA, is what it sounds like.
Oh, stop.
But yeah.
Oh, that's fucking
But yeah, so like that's the joke of the whole thing. So they made up the fucking term to get people off of this shit because they wanted to figure something else out. Or they wanted to lead to direction in other or lead it to a different direction. I'll say that. Look over here, don't look over here.
They want to shift the attention
all day. And that's honestly like, look at what's going on now. The Epstein files got pretty big, and guess what? We went to Iran. It's like, oh, did we? Okay. That's still like they're doing it today, guys. They're still misdirecting us to all these different things so that way we stop focusing on one thing and go to another thing because they know we're so ingrained in scrolling on our Facebook and nonsense that we don't have a fucking memory anymore. Dude, have you met a bunch of people where you ask them, you're like, hey, do you remember this? It was like last year. and they're like,
oh yeah, no.
what do you mean?
Yeah. And it's not only that, like it's a lot of drugs too out there.
There's a lot of drugs. Alcohol's a big one too. I mean, I'm drinking my beverage, but alcohol is a big one that dumbs you down, makes you forget shit. But yeah, like even, well, I almost wonder about the weed that they sell us too. Because, like, I know
I couldn't tell you.
I know you don't smoke weed because you're not like a grown up or anything, but
whoa.
like, I will tell you that the marijuana that I end up growing myself is better than the shit that I've ever got when I bought it from any other source, either a drug dealer or, well, drug dealers were better than buying it from the state. Buying it from the state didn't do anything. So it's a question mark on that, what they're putting on there. Probably a lot of chemicals. But yeah, any questions you got before? So you didn't know anything about this. You didn't know this guy. You didn't know this report. None of this file. None of this shit. Okay. All right. So you ready for the next?
Yeah.
Okay. So this here is the video that I was mentioning before. This document has been called the greatest conspiracy, I want to say ever, is what he finished that out. But Control-Alt-History. You know, it's funny because I was literally searching through it, and that's one thing I try to do. I try my best to find like the best guys out there doing videos. Random people, I try not to have the same people, but you will see the same people a lot because they do a good job of like summation stuff. But this guy did a fantastic job, and it's only 19 minutes long. His video for this whole thing, when he goes over fully, is like an hour and 50 minutes, which I watched that too. Is really good. So I would recommend everyone take a look at Control-Alt-History. Just, you know, take a look. You're going to see some crazy awesome shit in there. Because he goes into a lot of detail. He sits there and he actually reads through a lot of the different stuff, and you'll like it. There's one on there about the Hollywood, where there was some video that talked about in 2009, where there was a forum that came out talking about how evil Hollywood is, and the funny thing is like, yeah, all that shit came true. It's like, so take a look. You'll like it. It's very interesting. But yeah, so any questions you got before we start this one?
No.
No, okay, good. This is gonna bring you to an 8 point. Well, I'm not gonna ask now. I'll ask at the end. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you'll like this.
Gemstone File has been called the most incredible conspiracy theory of all time and one of the most explosive documents ever published. It's a 17-page document from the mid-1970s that was written by a man named Bruce Roberts, who claimed he was majorly connected to a group of rich, powerful people who ran the world. Because of these connections, he knew the true story behind the murders of JFK and Robert Kennedy, the Watergate break-in, and almost every other major event of the mid-20th century. And he wrote the Gemstone File to reveal the true stories behind these events and expose the people who were responsible. During its time, the Gemstone File was a pretty well-known document, and in a way, it was one of the first things to go viral before the internet. It first started appearing on college campuses in the mid-1970s, and people would make copies of it and give them to friends. Those friends would make more copies and give them to other friends until it eventually spread across the entire country. Throughout its 17 pages, the Gemstone File claims to reveal the hidden story behind the major events of the 20th century, and it is one of the more incredible things you'll ever read. Much of the Gemstone File centers around one person, Aristotle Onassis, and most people know Onassis as the guy who married Jackie Kennedy after JFK's death, but there is way more to him than that. His story is absolutely incredible. He was
I knew her last name, that was it.
Lived on a private island in the Mediterranean Sea, which was named Scorpios. It's a massive, ultra-luxurious residence that is simply amazing to look at. He owned an 80-foot yacht, which was the biggest yacht in the world at the time and is considered the world's first super yacht. He owned 3 luxury hotels in Monte Carlo and the Casino Royale Casino, which was described as that era's most lavish casino. He also owned Olympic Airlines, a large airline from that era, and owned the Olympic Tower in New York City. His official story was that in under a decade, he went from penniless to running a worldwide shipping empire that made him one of the richest people alive. But according to the Gemstone File, there was way more to him than that. Gemstone claims Onassis was the worldwide head of the mafia, the most powerful man alive. The real way he made his billions was by shipping alcohol into the US during Prohibition, then exporting opium around the world after that.
In the 30s.
He was basically the world's biggest drug supplier, and this actually isn't that far-fetched at all. The area that Onassis lived in was notorious for being the source of most of the world's opium via the famous French Connection shipping route, which inspired the well-known 1971 movie.
It's a good movie.
The opium from this area was known as Turkish tobacco because it was so pure and potent. So just connect the dots. Onassis was ungodly rich, had the biggest shipping empire in the world, and this shipping empire just happened to be headquartered in the area notorious for supplying opium around the world.
Alright, sure.
It's not a stretch at all to imagine that, like Gemstone claims, Onassis was the main supplier of the world's opium.
I think he was moving drugs.
But what's even more interesting is that Gemstone claims Onassis was the person behind one of the greatest mysteries of all time, the murder of JFK.
I like this video.
The Gemstone account of what went down in the JFK assassination is a riveting read. It claims that one of Onassis' main associates in the US was Joe Kennedy, JFK's dad. Two men made a fortune together during Prohibition by importing alcohol to the US through the ports that Kennedy controlled in Boston.
It's a very wealthy family.
And again, this isn't hard to believe at all. It's long been rumored that the Kennedys made their millions bootlegging alcohol, and entire books have been written about Joe Kennedy's mob connections.
Yeah.
Gemstone claims that Onassis and his mafia associates helped get JFK elected in 1960, and again, this is pretty well documented that the mob played a major role in getting JFK elected as president.
Shocker, yeah.
Another well-worn trick was ghost voting.
Outside of this.
Impersonating deceased residents of a precinct.
They still do that shit today.
There were even claims that Giancana's hoods intimidated voters at the polling stations.
Listening to the radio, listening to the returns coming in, it was obvious that there was a theft underway.
Kennedy being elected was obviously great news for the mafia. They basically owned him, and they had his father in place to watch over him and make sure he didn't step out of line. His dad was basically his handler. But something unexpected happened shortly after JFK was elected. Joe Kennedy had a massive heart attack that left him a wheelchair-bound vegetable unable to talk, and eventually killed him. So according to Gemstone, JFK decided to take a brave stand. With his father out of the picture, he decided to wage a war against the mafia and double-cross them.
Believe this.
He knew all about the inner workings of the mafia, he knew who the main players were, and he knew just how powerful their stranglehold on America was. JFK installed his brother Robert as Attorney General, and they started arresting organized crime figures. And this did in fact happen. Convictions of organized criminals rose a whopping 350% when RFK was Attorney General. When Onassis realized he'd been betrayed, he knew he had to kill JFK. Gemstone identifies Jimmy Fratiano, Eugene Brading, and Johnny Rosselli as the team that killed JFK in a triangulated shootout. Lee Harvey Oswald was assigned to kill Governor Connolly of Texas and, unbeknownst to him, be the fall guy after the killing. So Gemstone says there were 4 shooters that day, and these people have long been rumored to be involved in the JFK killing. Eugene Brading was a major LA gangster who was on parole at the time but was actually at Dealey Plaza that day. He was photographed there and even questioned by police after JFK was shot, and he gave the fake name Jim Braden. He's always been a real suspicious guy to a lot of people. It's quite a coincidence that this California gangster just happened to be in Dealey Plaza in Texas, halfway across the country when JFK was killed. And interestingly, the night Robert Kennedy was killed, Brading was also checked into a hotel minutes away from the Ambassador Hotel. Johnny Rosselli was identified as the primary hitman in the JFK assassination in a book by Bill Bonanno, who was the son of the La Cosa Nostra mafia boss Johnny Bonanno. Rosselli was later scheduled to testify in a 1976 government investigation into JFK's death, but went missing before he could testify, and his body was found in the Atlantic Ocean with its legs cut off. So clearly someone didn't want him telling what he knew about the JFK assassination. And another thing that Gemstone mentions that's also true is that JFK was originally supposed to be killed 3 weeks before Dallas when he was in Chicago. This is an absolutely wild story. There was an assassination team waiting for him in Chicago when he was scheduled to attend a football game at Soldier Field, complete with a Lee Harvey Oswald type patsy named Thomas Arthur Valley. And the only reason this Chicago assassination didn't go down is because JFK canceled his trip at the last minute. I actually did a full video on this Chicago plot to kill JFK. Definitely check it out.
It's a good
to learn
video.
More. It's a
I watched
crazy
that one.
story.
Yeah.
The fact that the Gemstone File was written 50 years ago and gives details of the Chicago assassination plot, which hardly anyone knew about at the time but ended up being revealed years later, lends some credibility to everything that's covered in the Gemstone File. According to Gemstone, an old mafia rule is if someone screws you on a deal, you kill him and you take his girl. JFK welched on the deal he had with the mafia, so Onassis killed him and took Jackie. This explains the marriage of Onassis and Jackie Kennedy, which has always seemed like a really bizarre marriage to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Jackie was only 39, she was gorgeous and rich, and Onassis was nearly twice her age. So this marriage, if you believe Gemstone, was basically a symbolic way for Onassis to take responsibility for the JFK death. But as fascinating as the Gemstone account of the JFK murder is, it's not even the most incredible part of the Gemstone File.
Yeah, this is weird.
The disappearance of Howard Hughes is the most bizarre, insane, incredible event of the 20th century. It makes no sense at all. You probably know the name Howard Hughes and the basics of how he supposedly went crazy and turned into a hermit, but there is way more to his story. During the 1940s and 50s, Howard Hughes was simultaneously the world's biggest celebrity, most well-known inventor, and most successful businessman. He was like Elon Musk crossed with Leonardo DiCaprio.
That wasn't a bad look.
He ran multiple billion-dollar cutting-edge companies, and he owned TWA, which was the biggest airline of the time. He was an avid pilot who set multiple world records for speed, and he built and financed so many casinos in Las Vegas that he practically turned the city into a gambling empire by himself. And as a fun little side hustle, he bought movie studio RKO Pictures, one of the 5 biggest movie studios of the time, and he produced movies. The original Scarface was among his hits. He also dated every famous girl ever. If you look at his Wikipedia page, the list of A-list actresses he dated is so long it takes up 3 lines. He was everywhere during this era, and then he vanished off the face of the earth in 1957, and no one saw him for 2 decades. He went from appearing everywhere to never once appearing in public, went from dating almost every major actress in Hollywood to never dating again. When he officially died in 1976, he hadn't appeared in public since 1957, and the most recent photos anyone could find of him were 20 years old. It was said that he simply went crazy, locked himself away, and stopped interacting with people for nearly 2 decades. But if you really look into this, it's such a ludicrous situation, it's really kind of shocking that people just blindly believe this. Something more was clearly going on here, and the Gemstone File offers up a different explanation for why Howard Hughes disappeared. Gemstone claims that in 1957, Aristotle Onassis and the Mafia orchestrated a carefully planned kidnap of Howard Hughes and took over his empire. They abducted Hughes and took him to Onassis' private island Scorpios, where they steadily injected him with heroin until he turned into a brain-dead junkie. He was held as a prisoner on the island for almost 2 decades, just in case he was needed at some point, and fed a steady diet of heroin until he'd wasted away to almost nothing. The story about him turning into a recluse was invented to explain his disappearance from public life. The Mafia then bought off, fired, killed, or threatened the important people in Hughes' companies, then installed their own Mafia-controlled team to run the Hughes empire.
Of course.
Now, obviously, the idea that one of the most famous people in the world could be kidnapped and held as a prisoner for over a decade seems pretty incredible, but there are a lot of really interesting details about this kidnapping in the Gemstone File. So first off, a group of 6 people that was dubbed the Mormon Mafia did step in and take over control of Hughes' companies and money around the time he quote-unquote went crazy, and they were basically the only people who interacted with Howard Hughes in the 2 decades he spent as a recluse. This Time article about the 6 members of the Mormon Mafia said the Mormon Mafia had quote unlimited direct access to Hughes and quote in short they controlled Howard Hughes after he supposedly went crazy. And a lot of other strange things happened with the Hughes empire around this time. Noah Dietrich was Hughes' CEO and right-hand man for 32 years, but in 1957, which is the year Gemstone says Onassis took over the Hughes empire, Dietrich was abruptly fired from the company. Former CIA agent who was majorly connected to the Mafia named Robert Mayhew took over the Hughes organization after Hughes quote-unquote went crazy. It was Mayhew who purchased so many Las Vegas strip casinos with Hughes' money. Mayhew was described as the most influential member of Hughes' inner circle after he went into seclusion, but get this, he ran Hughes' empire for over 15 years and never once actually met Howard Hughes. They only communicated through memos and phone calls. Johnny Meyer was Hughes' legendary press agent for decades who threw parties and paid off politicians on behalf of Hughes. But in a strange coincidence, Meyer left the Hughes organization, and interestingly, he started working for none other than Aristotle Onassis after he left.
Huh, interesting.
So it definitely seems strange that Hughes' longtime CEO was fired in 1957, the Mormon Mafia and Robert Mayhew stepped in to control Hughes' empire, and Johnny Meyer left Hughes and started working for Onassis. And again, since no one other than the Mormon Mafia interacted with or saw Hughes for the next 2 decades, it actually would have been easy to make up whatever stories they wanted about Hughes being a recluse and fake this whole thing.
You like this.
And if this is sounding like a James Bond movie, well, it kinda was. And this is another really interesting aspect about the information covered in the Gemstone File. So in the early James Bond movies, Bond's nemesis is Ernst Stavro Blofeld. He's the main bad guy. And the similarities between Blofeld and Aristotle Onassis are almost uncanny.
Yeah, they almost look
Both men lived on private islands, owned high-tech yacht fleets, and are of Greek heritage. They both own a casino in Monte Carlo named the Casino Royale.
How about that?
Blofeld made his billions in the oil business, and Onassis officially made his billions by shipping oil worldwide. Blofeld is the head of Spectre, a multinational group of drug dealers, murderers, and oil men who want to control the world, and Gemstone says Onassis was the head of an identical group. And then there is the Bond movie Diamonds Are Forever. In the movie, Blofeld kidnaps a Texas billionaire named Willard White in Las Vegas, then holds White as prisoner on his private island, exactly as the Gemstone File claims Texas billionaire Hughes was kidnapped in Las Vegas and held captive on Onassis' private island. Blofeld even uses a voice box to mimic White's Texas drawl to give phone interviews posing as White.
Willard White speaking. Yes, Governor, I got your message.
The ideal kidnapped victim. No one's seen the man for 5 years. So who's going to miss someone who's already missing?
Clever you are, Mr. Bond.
And this also mirrors one of the strangest events surrounding Howard Hughes. After a controversy about a Hughes biography in 1972, an announcement was made that Hughes was going to talk to the press. This was a big deal. This would be his first public appearance in over a decade, but he didn't actually show up to the press conference. Instead, the interview was done by phone, and a voice over a loudspeaker answered questions from the press. It was claimed Hughes was the one talking, but there was no way to verify it was him, and this would have been the easiest thing ever to fake. The whole press conference is just bizarre.
On the 7th of January, he gave his first press conference in 14 years, by telephone from Nassau to an audience of 7 selected journalists in a conference room at the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Los Angeles.
What's in it, but, I mean, this episode is just so fantastic that it taxes your imagination to believe that a thing like this could happen.
I understand he got paid $300,000 advance for the book.
That's what I've been told, and that's what we're trying to run down, because that's the one thing that I don't understand here. In other words, there's got to be a bank record somewhere of this transaction.
People have always questioned whether this was even Hughes on the phone, and it doesn't make much sense that Hughes was supposedly a raving lunatic by this time, yet he sounds very clear and articulate on the phone call.
Right.
It's also interesting that the author of the Bond novels was Ian Fleming, who was a very high-ranking officer in Britain's military intelligence before he became an author. It's long been rumored that he formed the plots for his Bond novels using top-secret information he had access to through his work. And you just wonder if he based Blofeld on Onassis because he knew just how powerful Onassis was behind the scenes. Albert Broccoli was the producer of the Bond movies, and he was a close friend of Howard Hughes. He claimed he got the idea for Diamonds Are Forever in a dream, which could be true, or maybe he was trying to disclose what happened to Hughes in real life through the film.
In a dream. Bruce Roberts.
After reading the Gemstone File, the main question is obviously, is it legit? Or was Bruce Roberts, the man who wrote it, just some random guy with an active imagination? So first off, Bruce Roberts definitely had a very interesting life. He was an expert in crystallography and was one of the top jewelry designers in Hollywood. During his time in Hollywood, he invented a way to create artificial gemstones. Gemstones were vital components of laser beams, which was a very important cutting-edge technology at the time. Being able to create artificial gemstones in a lab instead of mining them saved enormous amounts of time and money, and Roberts' artificial gemstone discovery was hugely important. Roberts then sold his technology to Hughes Aerospace, which was one of the main companies developing laser technology, and he began working with executives and very high-up people at Hughes Aerospace. Through these connections, he started learning about the many strange aspects of Howard Hughes and his sudden disappearance. It's been suspected that one of the members of the Mormon Mafia was Roberts' source for much of the information he covers in the Gemstone Files.
Nah, I believe that.
Bruce Roberts was also married to the daughter of the French consulate to Indochina. Onassis' involvement in that region's drug trade was well known to the politicians in this area, who were all bought off or intimidated into turning a blind eye to it. It's believed that Roberts' father-in-law also passed Roberts information for the Gemstone File about this region. It was through these unique connections into the Hughes Empire and the Golden Triangle drug trade that Bruce Roberts was able to learn so much about what was going on in the world. He began documenting what he'd learned and telling his friends. A writer named Stephanie Caruana read much of Roberts' writing, which was said to be hundreds of pages, and wrote a summary of his Gemstone File, which is the 17-page document that appeared in the mid-1970s that became popular. In 1979, Hustler magazine published the Gemstone File in an issue. Now, obviously, Hustler was a men's magazine, but Hustler was actually known for printing really good investigative articles, and it was one of the 10 most popular magazines in the US at the time. So this feature brought a lot of attention to the Gemstone File. More recently, in the late 1990s, another really interesting article appeared that claimed JFK Jr. was interested in the Gemstone File and its connection to his father's death. The article claims Jr. was basically obsessed with finding out who was responsible for his father's death. And when he was given a copy of the Gemstone File by the author of this article, Jr. was going to print it in his newly formed George magazine. And he was murdered before he could print it. There's been a few books about Gemstone over the years, but for the most part it's been forgotten about. It's surprising to me how few people have actually heard of the Gemstone File because it really was a pretty big deal back in the 1970s. It's definitely a heck of a read, and if the information that's covered is true, the Gemstone File provides a really fascinating look into our hidden history and the people who run the world behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's a weird relationship.
So this video was just kind of an overview of the Gemstone File, hitting on some of the main points. I'll include a link to the actual Gemstone File document in the video description in case you want to read it. It's definitely a great read, really fascinating. And in my next video, I will go into more detail. I'll just kind of go through the Gemstone File entry by entry and go into a bit more detail on everything that it covers, because there's a lot in the Gemstone File that I didn't even get into in this video. Goes into the Robert Kennedy assassination, the Chappaquiddick incident, Watergate, a whole bunch of other things. So that video will probably be a bit longer, but I'm definitely looking forward to it, and we'll talk to you then.
Dude, speaking of the Chappaquiddick, we did Chappaquiddick. We did not hear about the conversation that you overheard Teddy Kennedy talking about with all these other people that actually made her run out of it. That's what it says. It says that in the Gemstone. It says that in the Gemstone Files. Sorry, I merged all those words. But it says that she overheard Teddy Kennedy talking about all these people and all these things, and she ran out of there. And then Teddy, being drunk, said, "Hey, I'll drive you back to the ferry." And then that's where he actually drove down the road and got away from that cop like we saw. And then as she was trying to stop him, she grabbed his arm. He fucking smashed her in the nose, broke her nose, and then bailed out of the car and dunked into the water. Which would make more sense for our video that we did. I'm kind of pissed that I didn't see this information before, because I would have added that to our Chappaquiddick video. Did you know about any of this?
No.
It kind of fucking blows your mind a bit, right? How weird it is.
It's crazy.
It throws you down a whole nother loop. You're like, oh my God. There might have been even more shit. That's the thing. We, over all these years, and that's where one of these slides I have set up is how long they've been keeping all these fucking documents sealed. But that's the thing. We don't see any of this shit. We don't see what's actually going on. We get a small little piece. It's like the media. They show us a news article and like, and it's like, oh, okay, I'll feel this way now. And it's like, the issue is that fucking jagoff news anchor is lying to us. Like, he's being told what to say. And it's funny, actually, the two videos here. The Onassis one I would watch is pretty good. I watched that one and I watched the other one too. But the Iran war is a very obvious wag the dog distraction. Have you seen the movie Wag the Dog?
No.
Do you know what it is?
No.
Okay, so Wag the Dog, the movie, is a really, really good movie. It's Robert De Niro. Do you really think so? I do. So Robert De Niro is like a fixer for like a politician. So like if shit gets fucked up or some news article comes out, he goes and fixes the shit. And they actually hire Dustin Hoffman, who's a movie maker or whatever, right? So they actually, because the politician, which is funny actually too, because in that time period, is it in the time period? I don't know. It might be the time period, but regardless, there's like the president of the United States is like groping some girl who's got like a Girl Scout fucking hat on and shit. And so he's obviously groping this girl, so there's some scandal going on, so they need to distract everybody. So sure enough, they start a war in, I think, Albania. And it's all fake. It's all fake. It's just a movie. They literally have Kirsten Dunst running across the field holding a bag of fucking potato chips, and they swap out the bag of potato chips for a cat. And it looks like, oh my god, she's carrying her cat while bombs are going off behind her, kind of a thing. So they start a fake war in Albania to distract from what's actually going on here. And that's where, honestly, if you look at all these wars that we get all the time, a lot of them are distraction, guys. Like, let's be serious. None of them are real. That's just like, we talked about it, and I know I put a video in there, in one of our videos about the fucking Ukraine war, where it was literally from a goddamn video game. They literally had the opening scene of a goddamn video game showing that this is the war that we're fighting. And it's like, guys, stop it. People play video games, so someone's obviously going to understand that this isn't real. And they did. That was, do you remember that one or no? It was like one of our first couple. I don't know if you watched it, because I know you're a part of it when we do it, but I don't know if you actually watch our videos when we produce them.
Whoa.
Yeah, you fucker.
You're doubting me?
Yeah, because I make them. So I know for a fact what I put in the videos. So, but I don't know if you actually watch it when we actually put them out. But yeah, honestly, Eddie didn't watch it, apparently, it sounds like. But that's all right. Eddie's just, Eddie's that trophy wife. That's what he is. He's the trophy wife here. Just comment on shit and look pretty. But yeah, no, honestly though, this whole thing is weird. This whole thing with the gemstone is weird. And I think it's probably more realistic than what the story they told us about. Do you have any questions before we go on to the next thing, which I think we're reading a little bit?
No.
Okay. So, and since you're rude, I'm going to make you read the left. No, I'm going to make you read the right, because there's more to read on the right. Yeah. Because the left I'll go through. I'll explain. Yeah. So, all right. So, how many facts were proven in the Gemstone Files? This is what I asked, right? This was because that was the main question, right? How many things in the Gemstone Files were proven? Google AI says none. None of the claims in the Gemstone Files have been proven, as it is considered a work of conspiracy theory rather than documented fact. The Gemstone Files, right in your face. The Gemstone Files, primarily authored by Bruce Roberts, is a series of letters and documents containing the interlocking conspiracies that suggest events from the 1950s, actually the 30s, onward, were controlled by a secret, malevolent force involving figures like Aristotle Onassis, Howard Hughes, and the Mafia. Key aspects of the Gemstone File conspiracy claims. It alleges that Aristotle Onassis kidnapped Howard Hughes, controlling it, and I'm reading this in like a fuck you, don't even pay attention type phrase, controlled his financial affairs and was responsible for the assassination of John F. Kennedy, with Lee Harvey Oswald as a patsy. Like fucking clowns. Origin. The claims were largely born from Bruce Roberts' belief that his synthetic rubies, gemstones, were stolen by Hughes aircrafts, which led him to investigate what he perceived as a global criminal conspiracy. Now, let me stop there real quick, because in the fucking book, it actually says that he fucking sold it to these clowns. And then when I read all this other shit and watch all these other things, it talks about it being stolen. So I have no idea exactly what the fuck happened. I almost feel like they probably brought him on and had him show what they did. Once the scientists watched him make them, they probably fired him. That would make more sense. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he made these synthetic gemstones when he came into the organization. Like, hey, yeah, we'll give you millions of dollars. And then he came in, they're like, oh, we're going to only give you like 20 grand. And then he's like, well, fuck you guys. I'm going to go after you and try to figure out shit. That makes more sense to me. Because he was a big guy. Like, you saw that. He was dressing up all the actresses and all this jewelry and all this shit. So I guarantee you he was like big money kind of guy. But I feel like they probably screwed him, and that's why he went after him. So classification, despite the detailed interconnected nature of the allegations, often described as the original mega conspiracy theory, none of the fucking supreme epic
I love these names.
Leader, right? None of the foundational claims have been proven. So underneath that, I asked a good question: is, did the Gemstone Files prove a plot to kill Kennedy in Chicago? Because that's like the one thing that's a guarantee that has been proven, right? Mm-hmm. And they said, here's some articles to read. It's like, what do you mean? The fuck you. Google AI is like in your face all the time. Like, even if you don't even want a Google AI review, it's going to give it to you in your face. Here you go. Here it is. Here's what it is. Like, read this shit. This is what we want you to believe. But when you ask questions that are like real, they're like, no. Here's some articles. And a YouTube video. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, that's the joke. That's the joke of it all. But if you word it, you flip it all around like I did here, you'll see that, guess what? Google AI will tell you the story if you understand how to manipulate the system. So go ahead, Eddie.
Okay. Was there a plot to kill JFK in Chicago before he was assassinated?
That's what I asked before, but they said no.
Yes. According to investigations, former Secret Service agents, and declassified documents, there was a credible plot to assassinate President John F. Kennedy
in your face,
Chicago,
Google.
On November 2nd, 1963. There's 3 weeks before his death in Dallas.
How about that?
The planned visit to Chicago was canceled at the last minute due to intelligence regarding a planned ambush.
Yeah, no shit.
Which bore striking similarities to the assassination that later occurred in Dallas. Key details of the Chicago plot. The target. JFK was scheduled to fly to Chicago on November 2nd, 1963, to attend an Army Air Force football game at Soldier Field. With the motorcade route from O'Hare Airport that was publicized in newspapers.
Yeah, so they
The
knew the route.
suspect, Thomas Valley.
Yeah, we saw him in that video.
Chicago police, alerted by the Secret Service, arrested Thomas Arthur Valley, a right-wing extremist and former Marine with expertise in high-power rifles. Valley was found with an M1 rifle, a handgun,
it's a nice rifle,
and
actually.
thousands of rounds of ammunition.
Wow, you don't need
and
that
he
much.
worked in a building overlooking the motorcade route. The Cuban connection. A motel manager informed authorities that a group of Cuban nationals had rented rooms overlooking the route and were seen with rifles equipped with telescopic sights. The cancellation. Secret Service agents Abraham Baldwin stated that the trip was canceled because the president's life was in severe danger.
Well, they didn't see it in Dallas. Okay. All right.
Similarities to Dallas. Like Lee Harvey Oswald, Thomas Valley was a disaffected former Marine who was arrested in a high-rise building on a sharp-turn motorcade route. The role of Abraham Baldwin. Abraham Baldwin, the first black member of the Secret
This is
Service.
what's amazing. That they put this guy down. Yeah.
White House detail reported that the Chicago plot was overlooked by the Warren Commission, which was focused on a lone killer theory. Baldwin was later indicted and imprisoned. A move he maintained was a frame up for trying to expose corruption and the existence of the Chicago plot.
Yeah, there's also Black Panthers that were involved in that too. But go ahead.
Aftermath. The Chicago visit was canceled. The suspects, including Valley, were released without major charges. The incident remained largely overlooked until later investigations into the broader conspiracy theories surrounding the Kennedy assassination.
Dude.
It's awesome.
Isn't it?
Hold on. You want to kill the president? You have all these guns and ammunition, and you guys had all
set up on the weekend when he's coming in.
But no, you guys, and we can tell that you guys were trying to do that. No, you guys won't get charged for nothing.
It's okay. We'll let you go.
Yeah, you guys are good to go. You guys didn't do anything.
So, honestly, the joke is when you watch the full hour and 50 minutes, all the tramps. So, like, do you know what happened to the tramps that actually were caught in the? They were caught in the actual train car that was like near where the grassy knoll was, right behind the grassy knoll. You've heard of the grassy knoll.
No, I know.
Okay, so the grassy knoll is where they thought that the killer from Kennedy was from there. But the grassy knoll behind there was like some tramps. There was 3 tramps that were actually taken into custody and released afterwards in Dallas when he got murdered. And they had no idea. But no, honestly, isn't this like the biggest joke ever? You're going to. So, can I ask you a question? In your brain and in my brain, when anybody is honestly going to commit a murder of the President of the United States, like, that's a big thing. Like, that's not like a small thing. That's a big thing. Like, you're not just killing some random dude. You're not killing Steve down the street. You know? Like, this is the President of the United States. You think they wouldn't just put him in prison just because?
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like, and that's how I would feel if I was president of the United States and somebody had some type of thing to kill me. I'd be like, no, put him back in jail. What are you doing? Like, what? You want to release him? Why? He was going to kill me. Put him in jail. Like, at least put him in jail. Like, at a minimum, put him in jail. You don't have to kill him, but put him in jail. But no, they let these fuckers go. I would actually recommend everybody take a look at that guy's videos because he actually has one that's fantastic. So one of the videos that he talks about the 3 tramps that were in Dallas. One of them is Woody Harrelson's father. You know who Woody Harrelson is, the actor.
Mm-hmm.
His father potentially killed John F. Kennedy. Like, oh my God. Like, the
That's
whole thing,
crazy.
dude, the whole thing is fucking wild. When you actually go and look, like, at all these people that were there and all these mafia guys that were there, they were all there. Like, all the mafia guys that were in this, and don't get me wrong, like, I think that we're no longer under the mafia control. I think that switched over a long time ago. It's just like, you can watch Vegas, right? So you remember
Mm-hmm.
Vegas used to be nothing but mafia, right?
Yes. Like
Okay.
back in the day, yes,
Back in
yes.
the day, back to like the 70s probably. Like when all this shit happened. The funny thing about Vegas though is that whenever the corporations took over, they don't pay out as much. Whereas the mafia paid out more. So like I almost wish the mafia was still in control of Vegas because then you at least get a couple of bucks and get to stay for free. Whereas these corporations are like, hey, we'll give you a discount. It's like, fuck you, corporations. You guys eat shit. Dude, I'm so sick of the corporation takeover. It's fucking terrible. Oh, it makes me sick. It actually makes me want to go find these corporation heads. But regardless of that, any questions you got before we go to the next thing?
No.
Because it is wild, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking wild. All right, so the next couple things, because I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. So because I think it'll be better for impact if you read the right one, I'm gonna read the left one. So I asked the question like, who was Aristotle Onassis? And then I asked because most people know about Howard Hughes and like what happened, but like what happened during his 20-year hiatus because he went disappearing. So that's what you're gonna read. So who was Aristotle Onassis? Aristotle Onassis, 1906 to 1975. He was what, 69? Was a legendary Greek, right? Isn't it? Or no? Is it 70? Was he 70? 69. 06 to 75. Do your math. You're a math major.
What is it?
06 to 75.
Oh my God, he was 69, James. Come on, what are we
I
doing?
said 69, fucker.
I know, and then I said the magic number, but now you doubted yourself. Come
I
on, it's only
did. All
Jesus
right,
Christ.
sorry. Let's put a big 69 up on the board here. All right, so he was 69 years old. Aristotle Onassis, 1906 to 1975, was a legendary Greek shipping tycoon and one of the world's richest men in the 20th century. Which one of that guy's videos, the Control Alt History, he actually mentions that he might have been part of the 13 families that actually control everything. So, FYI, it's possible. That's maybe why they killed him off at 69. He built the largest privately owned shipping fleet, dominating maritime trade, and was known for his glamorous lifestyle. His long-term affair with Maria Callas and his 1968 marriage to Jacqueline Kennedy, which is weird. That is such a weird. She's 39. He's like fucking 60 years old. What the fuck you doing? Okay, all right, it's weird. Key details about Aristotle Onassis' business empire. He transformed the shipping industry by building the first super tankers, because he had all the money, and was known for his vast fortune derived from shipping, real estate, it's a big one, and trade. Personal life and family. Born to a Greek tobacco merchant in Smyrna, now Izmir, Turkey, relocated. Wait. Wasn't that like weed? What was he talking about? I forget in the video when he was talking about like Greek tobacco is. Oh no, he was talking about that as like not heroin, but something else. Opium. No, I forget. Whatever. Regardless, Greek tobacco merchant in Smyrna, and now Izmir, Turkey. He relocated to Argentina, where all the Germans went, after the 1922 Smyrna catastrophe. No, they did, Eddie, you fucker. It's in the bullshit history. It's in the fake history that we all follow, that they all went to Argentina. Or at least a lot of them. Building his initial fortune in tobacco importing and shipping. Key relationships: he married Athena Tina Livanos, 1946. Had a high-profile affair with the opera singer Maria Callas, and later married Jacqueline Kennedy, widowed of U.S. President John F. Kennedy in 1968. Man's moving through women pretty quick. Onassis family, he had 2 children, Alexander and Christina, with his first wife, Tina. The family was struck by tragedy, including the death of his son, Alexander, in a plane crash, which deeply affected him. That, right there, they killed off his son. If you want to look at like super duper alternative stuff, they have to sacrifice their first like born son kind of thing, like you saw in Egypt long time ago and reading. But there might be something with them killing off his son. FYI. Legacy, known as a savvy, often ruthless businessman who acquired businesses like Olympic Airlines and the luxury island of Scorpios, which sounds like an evil island, dude. It does. He died on March 15, 1975. His wife was defined by His life was defined by extreme wealth, strategic business acumen, and a highly public social life. So he was like way out there. Here's the thing, right? Let me stop you before, because I know you're going to read the next thing. If you are a part of like the 13 families that take over the world or control the world kind of a thing, do you think you should be out there in public talking about shit? Or do you think that you should just stay in your secretive groups?
No. Let's talk about it.
Right?
No, it all depends if something happens. Like we just
Eddie,
saw, like,
can I just tell you that if you and I were a part of like the only 2 that know what's going on in the world, and you actually told everybody, and we were in control of the world, I'd kill you. I mean, like if it was you and I only, like you and me, and we know the realities of life, and we were controlling everything, making billions of dollars. And you go out there talking about shit, you go out there be visible in people, it'd be like, motherfucker, I'd send you a message first and be like, what are you doing? You'd be like, fuck you. And I'd be like, all right. And then you're dead. Like, that's what happens.
Well, yeah. No, that's what I was trying to say. Like, if something like that happens, yes. And it's obvious who did it, too, at the end.
Yeah, it's the 12 other families, right? Exactly. All right, so go ahead and tell us about Howard Hughes.
All right. What happened to Howard Hughes during his 20-year
I like
hiatus?
that you call it Howard Hughes. It's like he's got a big dick or something.
Oh, okay, wow.
Hughes.
Oh my God.
BBC, okay. Baby. BBC.
During his 20-year hiatus, roughly 1956 to 1976, Howard Hughes transformed from a dashing aviator into an
I'm glad I had you read the right.
bedridden recluse driven by severe obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, chronic pain from a 1946 crash, and extreme germophobia. He lived in dark hotel rooms, often nude or in pajamas. Wouldn't that be worse if you're like nude
No,
all the time,
so
like with the
if
germs?
if you're nude, you can jump back in the shower and clean off.
Oh, okay. Watching films on loop. That's wild.
I
While
do that,
managing
but
a
whatever.
vast business empire, including Vegas casinos, TWA, and defense contracts. Through trusted Mormon hiatus. Key aspect
Well,
of the hiatus.
that's the weirdest thing, though. Through trusted Mormon aides. That was what we saw. Those six Mormons that took control of him.
Yep.
So even Google saying, yeah, he did. They just took care of him. Like, that's what happened. But the Gemstone Files are fake.
Key aspects of the hiatus. 1956 to 1976.
It's
Extreme
weird.
seclusion and mental health.
Hughes. Just go on to the next word.
Withdrew from public life, rarely bathing or cutting his hair / nails, which grew to a grotesque length. He developed intense paranoid germophobia, leading him to live in a controlled, sterile environment.
Which is funny because they came up with, like, there was I remember there being a was Twilight Zone movie where someone was the same guy and they put it in everyone's face like, oh, this guy's crazy because blah, 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 blah. It's like they were just trying to show you an example of what this might be. It's all fake, guys. Go ahead.
Physical decline. The 1946 plane crash left them in a chronic pain, leading to an addiction to codeine. He was often found with broken hypodermic needles embedded in his arms. Vegas takeover. Despite his insulation.
Hang on. Before you go on to the Vegas takeover, because I want everybody to pay attention to that, but he was often found with broken hypodermic needles embedded in his arm. Does that not line up with them injecting with heroin for fucking 20 years? Like, how do you do heroin?
Well, yeah, well.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, does that not line up perfect? Even Googly Eye gives it away a little bit there. It's okay. Sorry, go ahead. Vegas takeover.
Despite his isolation, he became a dominant force in Las Vegas, buying the Desert Inn, Frontier, Sands, and Silver Slipper casinos in the late 1960s, significantly altering the city's development.
This is the most important part.
Business operations. He managed his empire through highly detailed memos and handwritten notes delivered by aides.
You believe that?
Death. He died on April 5th, 1976, while flying from Mexico to Houston for medical treatment, unrecognizable to his own aides, requiring fingerprints for identification.
Do you really? Like, really? You really
His
think
final
this happened?
His final years were a mixture of high-stakes business manipulation and profound personal neglect.
This all sounds real to me, brother. Like, I don't see how the narrative.
He had a crisis. He went full 180.
He did. Honestly, to tell you the truth, it sounds like he was kidnapped by Aristotle and Onassis, put on his island, fucking filled with heroin for 20 years, and then they released him back, and then he died. Or they killed him, because it looks like while flying from Mexico to Houston for medical treatment, unrecognizable to his own aides, requiring fingerprints to prove fucking identification. That seems real. That seems like what you need to normally do. Oh my goodness. Dude. What a weird fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
but again, it kind of makes sense that they will try to do it because he had so much power at the end.
well,
I don't know.
the thing that's funny though is that Vegas takeover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Despite his isolation, and they put that first. They put that as the first little bit of information you learn about that. Despite his isolation, so despite you'd never seen this guy, he still fucking took over Las Vegas by buying all this shit in the 60s. Even though he's been gone for like fucking 10 years. All right, that makes sense. So that honestly sounds like he was literally maybe on the island and they just took it over. Just fucking did it. Unbelievable. It's fucking weird, man. It is fucking super weird. So yeah, any questions you got about Aristotle Onassis or Howard Hughes for the 20 years he disappeared?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have you read the left, and then I'll read the right, because these are interesting topics that have to do with the Gemstone Files.
How long were the JFK documents sealed? JFK assassination records were sealed for over 60 years, with significant portions remaining classified long after the 1992 requirement for their release. While the Assassination Records Review Board was formed in 1992 to make records public, many documents were kept secret for national security until large releases by the Trump and Biden administrations, culminating in massive disclosures in 2025. Initial Act. The 1992 JFK Act aimed to release all records within 25 years by October 26, 2017. Continued delays. Agencies continued to cite national security with extensions granted by Presidents Trump and Biden, holding up some records until 2021, 2022, and with final major releases occurring through June 2025. Final status. By March 2025, over 99% of the records held by the National Archives were public, through a few or portions of some remain redacted. The decades-long secrecy was reportedly aimed at protecting intelligence sources and methods rather than concealing a conspiracy.
So, that right there is a joke. Aimed at protecting intelligence sources and methods rather than concealing a conspiracy. So that means that the government is involved. That's literally what that means. From the New York Times. So go take a look. Unbelievable. So I looked actually. They originally wanted 75 years before, like the Warren Commission requested 75 years before any of it gets released. That's just like what they did with COVID. The same fucking thing. They did 75 years before any of the documents get released on COVID. It's like, what? Is that because you know that most of the people by the time are going to die off so that way you can rewrite history? What do you think, Eddie?
Probably.
Like, 75 years. So if you're born today and they were going to release it 75 years from now, there's a chance you ain't going to make it. Because they keep pumping us full of fucking chemicals and poisons all day long, every day. So there's a good chance that you might not make it to fucking 75. It's fucking unbelievable.
God damn, what the hiccups. Jesus.
Dude, I know. I'm so pissed right now. So how long were the RFK docs? I'm going to hiccup on the way through this. Dude, fucking drinking hiccups. Like I saw it in TV and commercials and shit. I didn't think it was real, but I guess it is. So documents related to the 1968 assassination of Robert F. Kennedy were largely were largely sealed for over 55 years, with the previous undigitized files only being released by the National Archives in 2025 and 2026. So they just fucking did this shit to the past year and a half. Past year and a half, they finally added the info to the Robert F. Kennedy files. Unfucking believable. While the JFK Records Act of 1992 aimed for disclosure by 2017, numerous records remained restricted for national security reasons until the January 23rd, 2025 executive order ordered their release. So that's the thing that's kind of amazing. So you need a fucking president to release this shit? Like, these are documents that we should have. Unredacted. Like, that's the thing that you read down there, was that they're all fucking goddamn redacted. So it's like everything's blacked out. Here it is. You got 3 words on a whole document that's literally 1,000-page long, or 1,000-word long at least.
I don't know. It's just a lot that it just comes out, and then I don't know. It's just you hear about it, but
So you haven't seen the documents that are literally the name of the person, all black lines, and then the end person.
Yeah, but that's the way I was saying. Oh yeah, we showed them, but
we showed them. It's there. Look, I mean, you can't see through the black lines, but yeah, it's there.
You gotta trust me on this.
You just have to trust us. We're the government. Unfucking believable. Really is a fucking joke. So yeah, key details regarding the sealing of these documents include duration. Many files sat in storage for nearly 6 decades before being unearthed and digitized. 6 decades. 60 fucking years. 60 years. We all let this happen. Just as an FYI, everybody. 60 years we let them hold these documents, not tell us about any of them. Just an FYI. I mean, they're close to the 75 year that they wanted. So, release timeline. Major batches of RFK-related records were processed and released on NARA's website. I don't ever trust these organization websites. Starting in March 2025, with further releases in early 2026. Oh, okay. So they're finally telling us about it now. Dude, it happened in 68. 68. That's a long ass time ago. You can't fucking tell us it happened? Really? Really? So, here's the reason for the delay. You ready? The records were initially protected to prevent revealing intelligence sources and methods, like you read before, rather than evidence of a conspiracy, according to reports in the New York Times and WUSA 9, WUSA 9, which I have no idea what the fuck that is. Status: a January 23rd, 2025 executive order by Donald Trump mandated the expedited release of the remaining RFK, JFK, and MLK files, as noted in the White House press release and reported by Time magazine. So we're briefly touching on the RFK and JFK here. MLK is a whole nother fucking thing that we haven't touched on.
Yeah.
Let me look, because I want to think all 3 of them are in here. Yeah. So they got John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Martin Luther King. So we will have specific videos on those entirely. So yeah, so you ready for the last? I want to say I think it's just a quick little video, which you're going to laugh about because it is comical. It's comical and not. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, we got one more thing. All right, so I'll read this because I don't have hiccups right now. All right, so are all the files released for JFK and RFK? No, not all files. You just saw that he released it in 2025. It's 2026 now, but they're not released, right? You saw that? I'm not crazy. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'm not insane. No, not all files have been released. While the National Archives, which I would question those guys, released tens of thousands of pages of JFK records in early 2025 and 10,000 plus pages of RFK. I like how they just put like, not all, but 10,000 plus pages of RFK records. Thousands of documents remained withheld, partially redacted, or are still being processed, as noted by Al Jazeera and by DNI.gov, National Archive. Okay. I don't know why it's a DNI. Do not interrogate, maybe. JFK Records update, massive release as of 2025. Over 77,000 pages of National Archive records were released. Dude, that still boggles my mind that there's that many goddamn pages that are released and we still don't have the answers. Providing more information on CIA monitoring of mail and connections in Mexico City. What? He's in Dallas. He died in Dallas, bro. Did you know about that?
Yeah, we just read that.
Well, no, we saw personally, like, you've seen images of him dying in Dallas, which is funny because when you see him, like, lean forward being shot and then backwards being shot, and they go, there's one shooter. It's like, is it? Is it? Like, are you sure? Are you sure? Because, like, I'm pretty sure when people get shot, momentum goes towards the bullet, like, the direction that you get shot at. Like, I've played video games, but, like, maybe video games are lying to me. But, like, if I get shot in the back, I'm going to lean forward. And then if I get shot in the front, I'm probably going to fall backwards, right?
Probably.
Yeah, but, you know, we're dumb. We're all dumb here. Still hidden, despite the 1992 mandate for full disclosure. That was a government thing. Thousands of documents remain, including around 2,400 recently discovered new files. Dude, how are you still finding new documents within the past 5 to 10 years? It's a 60-year-old thing. Oh boy. Google AI, baby. Redactions. Many released documents from the National Archives have been previously redacted, and the new releases in 2025 are designed to provide enhanced clarity, not necessarily a completely new full collection. What? What does that even mean? Redacted. Many released documents from the National Archives have been previously redacted, and the new releases in 2025 are designed to provide enhanced clarity. Oh, okay. So look at what we want you to look at. Is that what that means?
Probably.
I'm not wrong, I don't think, right? That's it. Like look at this. Don't look over here. Unfucking believable. RFK records. That was the JFK. So let's see what the RFK records update is. New initiative under Executive Order 14176. Records regarding the assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy are now being released. Oh, good for them. Including roughly 10,000 pages released in April 2025 per the DNI.gov press release. Okay. Further findings, an additional 50,000 pages. They just throw big numbers out there. 50,000 pages of RFK-related files were originally discovered in the FBI/CIA warehouses. Oh, so they had to break down some warehouses to get them. Oh my God. And they were being processed for release, according to DNI.com. Dude, who is this DNI.com? Like, come on. It's such a fucking weird thing. Alright, I'm like annoyed with even reading these things. You ready? Ready for the next thing?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Alright. So this here, thank goodness, we're to the final video. I'm done hiccuping. So this here is, and I gotta find this documentary. I really do. And I may have it in the description. I may not. I'm sorry, because I was looking to try to find one. But this is JFK Witness Suspicious Deaths. Okay, so this is all the people, or at least a handful of the people. It's only 46 seconds, so it's really fast. These are the people who are going to be witnesses for the JFK death. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, be ready. Be ready to. I guarantee you're gonna laugh. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 3 years after the murders of President Kennedy and Lee Harvey Oswald, 18 material witnesses died. 6 by gunfire, 3 in motor accidents, 2 by suicide, 1 from a cut throat, 1 from a karate chop to the neck, 3 from heart attacks, and 2 from natural causes. An actuary engaged by the London Sunday Times concluded that on November 22, 1963, the odds against these witnesses being dead by February 1967 were 100,000 trillion to 1.
Like, what the fuck? Like, you have to be karate chop to the neck. Are you kidding me? They throw that in there, right in your fucking face. Let's go work on our karate.
It's odd chop all over.
Dude, yeah, right? Fucking James Bond again. Unbelievable. Dude.
Imagine odd choppy people.
Dude, you know, he actually probably could, because he was a big guy. He probably could actually karate chop someone in the neck and kill him. And don't get me wrong, you could probably karate chop someone in the neck to kill them. But, like, for a witness for the JFK, like, are you kidding? Like, it was the guy, like, sparring in a karate match, and, oh, he died. Oh. Like, unbelievable. Unfucking-believable. That right there is the thing that everyone needs to pay attention to. What happens to all these witnesses? Because a lot of these witnesses die before they even get a chance to say anything. And it's unfortunate because we're them. We're these people. These people here that you see on this screen are us. We are these folks that are not a part of the big stupid group that they do, the fucking Freemasons and all this bullshit that they do. Like, we're not a part of the group. We need to do something different. We need to not, I guess we need to not speak out, but like, fuck. Ugh. Unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I don't, like I said, I don't even know what to say anymore.
It's hard. It's hard to come up with words, right?
Yep.
Unfucking real. All right. So what else you got? Anything before we go on the next thing?
Oh.
You sound disheartened now. You sound like you weren't as excited now as you were in the beginning.
It's just like, it's a lot of nonsense at this point.
It's
just like
the people in charge are kind of tamping on your excitement, right?
Yeah, it's just like, it's too much.
So, unfortunately, with that sad news there from Mr. Eddie, we want to thank you all very much for watching. Honestly, the joke of the whole thing is, and Eddie's not wrong to be disappointed, because literally, like, that's what happens. These fucking superpower fuckers, or these super wealthy fucks that are there from being in a secret group, so they didn't even like earn their cash. They were literally just paid along the way, kind of a thing, are the ones that are telling us that
Well,
we're
it's just
assholes.
like it's like the whole thing of like them being like part of somewhat a cartel, and then like there was already an assassination planned, and that they dismantled that, and then it's just like,
They
oh,
did it
now,
again 3 days later or a week
and then
later.
it's just like, oh, we just let him go with nothing, no repercussions at
Yeah,
all. It's like,
dude.
it was just like, come on.
Well, that's the other thing too. That's where I would recommend you guys watch that other video that he did for like an hour and 50 minutes, as far as talking about the tramps. Because the 3 tramps that they found, that were like across the grassy knoll, which everybody's heard about, the grassy knoll being like what killed Kennedy, and it's like they arrested those fucks and let them go. Same thing with one of the assassins that actually shot out of the Dal Tex building. He jumped downstairs, was leaving out of there, and he had like X's on his hat, and somebody had told the police that the X's on the hat might be a Secret Service agent. So sure enough, the police officer's like, hey, I stopped this guy, which was one of the assassins supposedly from the fucking Gemstone Files. He said, hey, we just saw someone coming out of the book depository, which was stupid Oswald, and they're like, hey, let's go over and get him. That guy literally didn't give a shit. He went back inside and did something else. And it's like, motherfucker, all these people are all connected. It's all connected, Eddie. It really is. Like, that's the thing I've been realizing the more and more and more that we've been going through this, is like that fucking Charlie fucking image needs to be on every single one of our fucking videos. It's like, but the issue is you go tomorrow to work and you're like, hey man, did you know this is going on? They're like, you're fucking crazy. It's like, no, I'm not crazy. Like, this shit actually happened. But because you're paying attention to the news, you ain't gonna hear that shit. They ain't talking about the fucking Gemstone Files, you know? They ain't talking about fucking Freemasons. But yet the joke is that they'll actually have a segment where they go, hey, we got a musical artist with us today. This is a special event. And then sure enough, you'll see fucking pillars. You'll see a fucking all-seeing eye, and you'll see them do the 666 thing, and it's like, wait, like, this bitch is doing fucking Masonic things. And it's like, no, you're crazy, Eddie. They're not doing Masonic things. What do you mean, Masonic things? What the fuck? It's so weird. It's such a weird world. But what are you going to do? You got to stop watching all this shit, right? Like, that's the goal. That's the only answer. Is that you stop participating in their bullshit. You stop watching the movies. You stop. And, you know, I love movies. I do. I don't much care for, like, the new TV shows or the new movies, but, like, if you put a deadline at, like, 2010 and go back from there, I'd watch anything from there. And I'd watch any show or movie or whatever the case. I love those because they actually had semi-good messaging and whatnot. But honestly, they're all filled with symbolic things and demonic things. That's the thing that we forget about. Is how many demonic images. And let me ask you, Eddie, because you're a big non-believer in they're doing shit. Now you might be a little bit more, but as far as how many music videos have you watched in the past 10 years?
Well, thousands.
You ever notice a checkerboard floor?
Yeah, no, I told you, like, since we were on the other topic,
Yeah.
it's like It's either that or like and it's not like only like American music or English
Oh,
music. It
it's
happens in
all
Spanish music.
over.
Yeah.
Yes. What about butterflies? Because that's coming up in the MK Ultra thing. How many butterflies have you seen?
That I really haven't noticed.
Okay. Well, you'll be shocked as soon as we get to that. Because I got a whole bunch of butterfly images that you're gonna see in these music videos, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, I had no idea." Yeah. So just as an FYI for everybody that's paying attention that doesn't know what the butterfly thing means, it's actually like it's taking somebody and making them anew. Okay, so taking your personality. So say you're Eddie, right? We love Eddie, how he is, but we take him and we silo him off. We compartmentalize him into this other thing, and we put in another thing that's going to be Eddie when he's performing on stage. Okay, so now Eddie's no longer Eddie. He's Edberto or something, whatever. Pick a fucking name. And then now he's spreading his wings. He's a butterfly. He's a new thing. So it's a part of MK Ultra. So I know it's very hard to understand, but we'll get there like I said, once we get to the MK Ultra, which I've got a whole bunch of fucking videos of how bad they fucked everybody with fucking LSD and they treated them poorly. They really did. That might actually be a video in itself when we get to MK Ultra. But just so everybody's interested, for anybody who is interested, we got Gunpowder Plot and Harp coming up next, which are going to be, I've got some great ideas for Harp. I have no idea what we're doing with the Gunpowder Plot. So do you know anything about those two? No. Well, you know a little bit about Harp, right? Because I've bitched to you about Harp.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get into that in our next video, and that'll actually bring us to fucking 30, believe it or not. We're burning through this, brother. Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm still a little surprised that we've had so many videos that have blown yours and my minds, kind of a thing. Like I didn't think. I honestly, going through this book, and again, I'm glad that my father brought me the book, but like, I didn't think there was this many things that I didn't know about. I thought I had a good handle on society, but I was fucking wrong, bro. Like, I had no idea about Scorpios Island. Like, that's a fucking Bond villain thing, dude. Like, come on, that's a real thing. Like, come on. But I guess that's why they show you in movies, because it is fucking real. Me and you got to figure out how to make gemstones, though, brother. We do.
Yeah.
I don't know what else. But yeah. So what else? What else you got, Eddie? What else you got?
No, I think that's it.
What? Let's ask you this then. So you went from an 8.0. Well, let
to
me.
an 8.2.
Let me.
Let's do an 8.2.
Well, you say 8.2. Let me remind you what you saw today. So today, you saw this nonsense with the JFK assassination, which is probably had
It's
some.
just because the thing that happens is that like a lot of the things that we're seeing is just government doing stuff, hiding stuff.
Well, you don't
making it
trust the
seem like they're
government?
out there. Oh my god. But yeah, it's just like the same thing over and over
What do
and
you
over. And
mean?
it's just,
The government tells us everything that's good. They take care of us, Eddie, every day.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, it's just like
You don't think so? What happened? What happened? You don't think that the government gives us all the information up front and everything too?
no.
You don't think they hide like special technology behind Dude, like that's the joke of the whole thing. Like anybody that tells you like, well, the government wouldn't hide this technology for us, is like, no, you're You're wrong. First off, because they would hide it because they're planning on selling it to us 40 years from now. Like that's, if you want to get serious, that is actually what happens. Fucking nuts. You think they wouldn't kill somebody? Well, are you sure? And that's honestly one thing that is weird though is this Onassis guy. I do think that he's a part of like a group, big family, and the reason they killed him off, why he only lived X amount of years, is because they killed him off because he was getting out there. He was too exposed, and they fucked him. They said, no. Like, here's the other thing. Like, oh, we were mentioned before. Like, if I was me and you were the only two guys, I'd kill you off. I said that. It's like, yeah, that's how it'd work. If you were fucking our whole group up, I'd get rid of you. It all works. I do think that we need to. I do think we need to all like take a second and think about shit. But beyond that, that's all I've got. So honestly, Eddie, you got anything?
No, that's it.
That's it, right? It's a weird world.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. What? So 8.2 is that what you're going with?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. That's it. No
Yep.
8.5.
No. Hell.
No. You're too far away. Okay, that's fine. All right. So Eddie's threat level is an 8.2. And the both of us love you guys. We do. Thank you guys very much for watching.
Yeah.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for watching or listening.
Both. Thank you for watching and listening. We love you guys. We hope that you have a great rest of the day. And take care.
Peace.